Thank you so much. Zina, my question is for first. Good day, gentlemen. My question is for Kenan. Kenan, kan ik jou vragen in Afrikaans, meneer? Kenan, ja, maar ja, as ek in een jaar of 2 of 3 gelede in Australië, meneer, skielik is jy nie meer een van die jongste spelers in die groep. Jy het 15 toetse agter jou naam. Kan ek jou vra, as jy kan hoeveel toetse het jy al indien ene teen die All Blacks gespeel van die Warriors? Jy was nog in New Zealand gewees. Hoeveel toetse het jy in die All Blacks gespeel? En hoe groot van 'n voorreg is dit dan vir jou om moontlik in een van hierdie 2 toetse te verskyn, sou jy gekies word nie?
Ja, hallo Percy. Ja, ek het al 2 teen New Zealand gespeel, 1 in Twickenham en 1 in die Kaap. Ja, ek dink vir my is dit 'n reuse eer. Ek dink eerstens ek kan nie die magnitude van die opportunity kan ek eers aan dink nie. Ek dink vir my as 'n klein seun het ek vroeg in die oggende opgestaan om die games te kyk en nou ja, moontlik om deel van dit te wees is reg iets spesiaals. So ja, ek dink het is baie opwindend vir my as 'n jong speler om deel te wees van iets so groot.
Hello guys. Just for Kenan, please. Kenan, when you got there, you obviously your 2 tests, you're still unbeaten against them, if I'm not mistaken, and it was two tests that I think you probably would have quite enjoyed. Is there sort of an intimidating factor getting to Auckland and knowing that you're playing at for possibly your 3rd test against them?
Yeah, I think obviously it is. I think, like I said, the magnitude of the match is there's going to be pressure. I think, All Blacks have a lot to play for. I mean, obviously the record at Eden Park, Ari Sevilla's 100th game, there's a lot in line for them. So I think the pressure of the game is definitely going to be there. But like I said, we know what we need to do, and like Bowen said, we focus on doing the job on Saturday, and I think all of that is just external factors that we need to take in the court. But yeah, the game is very important to us, and we will do everything we need to get a result on Saturday.
Ross, last question from SA.
Thanks, how's it, guys? Kenan, you've been slotting into that 13 role recently and doing quite nicely there, but obviously you were back on the wing in that last game against the Aussies. Has that been a bit tricky for you, when you looked like you were fully going into the 13 role and then all of a sudden you were back on the wing, and you might be on the wing again this weekend, and you've played against the All Blacks at centre. So is that a bit tricky, or are you fully used to that sort of versatile role by now, and doesn't it bother you whether you on where you're playing?
Yeah, I must say it's a bit tricky. Obviously 13 is very different.
Kakade yaziyo uba nguye umkhokheli wamabhokobhoko okanye singathi biyintsikelelo emfihlekileyo for yena.
Nou ja, moontlik om deel van dit te wees is reg iets spesiaals. So ja, ek dink het is baie opwindend vir my as 'n jong speler om deel te wees van iets so groot.
Hello guys. Just for Kenan, please. Kenan, when you got there, you obviously your 2 tests, you're still unbeaten against them, if I'm not mistaken, and it was two tests that I think you probably would have quite enjoyed. Is there sort of an intimidating factor getting to Auckland and knowing that you're playing at Eden Park? Is that sort of an intimidating factor for possibly your 3rd test against them?
Yeah, I think obviously it is. I think, like I said, the magnitude of the match is there's going to be pressure. I think, All Blacks have a lot to play for. I mean, obviously the record at Eden Park, Ari Sevilla's 100th game, there's a lot in line for them. So I think the pressure of the game is definitely going to be there. But like I said, we know what we need to do, and like Bowen said, we focus on doing the job on Saturday, and I think all of that is just external factors that we need to take in the court. But yeah, the game is very important to us, and we will do everything we need to get a result on Saturday.
Ross, last question from SA.
Thanks, how's it, guys? Kenan, you've been slotting into that 13 role recently and doing quite nicely there, but obviously you were back on the wing in that last game against the Aussies. Has that been a bit tricky for you, when you looked like you were fully going into the 13 role and then all of a sudden you were back on the wing, and you might be on the wing again this weekend, and you've played against the All Blacks at centre. So is that a bit tricky, or are you fully used to that sort of versatile role by now, and doesn't it bother you whether you on where you're playing?
Yeah, I must say it's a bit tricky. Obviously, 13 is very different from 14. Roles and responsibilities and things are very much different. But yeah, I think leading up to a week, you fully change your mindset in where you need to play for on the weekend. So yeah, I think it's been tricky, like I said. But yeah, I felt like whenever I need to go on wing, I'm fully switched into doing what the wing needs to do, and that's being maybe a contesting in an aerial game, being a bit different in defense, and yeah, all the things that comes with that. But yeah, I think just that mental switch you make on a Monday is quite important.
Okay, and it's quite remarkable you've never been to New Zealand. Not as a junior or.
No, I've never was Super Rugby was not pro Super Rugby was a thing of the past. Missed out on a few of the tours here, so yeah, it's been my first one coming here.
Exciting for you. Is Eden Park a ground you watched on TV as a kid?
Yeah, like I said, in South Africa, these games are normally early in the morning. I remember just getting up, taking my blanket and switching on the telly and watching these games. And I mean, yeah, as a rugby player, you know, these are the type of games we always dreamed of playing. So yeah, very special to be here.
Auckland City is nice.
Yeah, we've walked around from gym. We will get a coffee and our way back, and we've visited some stores and yeah, had some food at some restaurants, and yeah, we quite enjoyed it.
A lot of traffic cones, but anyway. Yeah, we should over any traffic.
Ken, welcome. It's nice to have you guys here. Just going back to 2023, that test at Twickenham, that was the first time you played the All Blacks.
Yeah, back down.
Yeah. So after growing up, you know, wanting to play for the Springboks, knowing that the All Blacks are the greatest rival, and then to put a record win over them, what were your feelings after that? How did you walk out of that game? Oh gosh, that wasn't quite what I expected.
No, yeah, I think that was a special game, not just for me. I think for everyone that was involved. Yeah, not every day you get to put a score like that on the All Blacks, and I think that comes all down to everyone in the group and the coaches that did a great job in analysing them and putting us at the right places. And yeah, hopefully we can mimic that on Saturday. But yeah, it was very special, you know, facing the haka for the first time. You know, always seeing when before the game starts, everyone gets quiet and all the spotlights on them, and you know, that was a very, very special moment for myself. But yeah, just getting into game mode and making sure I do the best job I can on the day.
Kobus?
Conan, the All Blacks struggled under the high ball in Argentina. How much emphasis are you putting on that, and how much pride do you personally take in that battle?
Yeah, obviously Argentina got a lot of reward and they won the game. I wouldn't say because of that, but you know, it definitely helped them. And yeah, I think obviously both teams know that's coming. I think yeah, a couple of years ago they did the same to us. So we know the battle aerially is going to be very important. So yeah, I think we well prepped for that, and we've done our analysis on that. So yeah, we'll be ready for it.
Kaylin, just talk us through how your past 18 months have been. You found form quite injured, and it's something that's worked for you, both ways for you at the Bulls and at the Boks. Just talk us through how that period has been for you. Yeah,
it's been tough. Still a young player growing and developing. So yeah, you like I want to say, yeah, you learn from it more than, you know, it being tough at times, you know, struggling and having a lot of diversity, trying to figure out what works for you. And I think that's been important for me, you know, figuring out what works for me. It's not always been smooth sailing, so all this diversity has just making me better as a player. I think changing positions, playing 13, playing in wing, just trying to make use of every opportunity I get.
Well, Ken, I was just going to say, have you encountered any banter from Kiwi fans or some of the hotel staff while you've been here?
No, actually they've been very nice to us. Yeah, it's a lot of South Africans here in Auckland as we walk from gyms or, you know, getting a coffee. People are welcoming us very well, which is surprisingly.
What are your earliest memories of the All Blacks when you were growing up?
I think one that comes straight to mind is Ricky January's try in Dunedin. I think a special moment, and that's something I kept with me for a very long time, just to, you know, keep that fire burning in myself to hopefully one day play in New Zealand and make memories like that. So yeah, that's one memory that definitely pops up.
Is there any All Black you watched as a kid?
Probably all of them. I mean, yeah, they when I was a young boy, they dominated. So yeah, Manonu, Conrad Smith, all those guys were guys I tried to make my game or be like.
Just on that, you mentioned that facing the haka before. How important? So, question for both of you actually, like, how important is that moment as a Springbok, as a Test rugby player, to be standing out there when the All Blacks form up?
Well, for me, I think it was a surreal moment. You basically done every sacrifice in your rugby career to get to that point. I mean, playing the All Blacks is the ultimate test, and now you stand in front of the haka ready for battle. So I think, yeah, it's a pretty surreal moment as a player to encounter that.
How did you process it as a kid, and how do you process it now as an adult? Because even when you walk in back, you'll see someone who still supports, and across the road there's an All Black supporter.
Yeah, my uncle's a very, very big All Black supporter, and he was very upset about their loss against Argentina last week, and knowing we coming here this week. So yeah, I think it's something you are aware of as a maybe Cape Townian or someone from there, when you see a lot of All Black supporters, and meaning rightfully so, they play a beautiful brand of rugby that people will love. But yeah, I think as a small boy, the goal with me is always I wanted to be a Springbok and represent my country. So yeah, now we get to go to battle on Saturday and play one of the biggest games in history.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. All right. Good morning, guys, in South Africa. Good evening to those here in New Zealand. Hands up for questions, please. And then, then we can get cracking. Mike, we'll start with you, and then Nathan, and then Ross.
Evening, Jesse. Evening, Stocker. Jesse, just on a lighter note to start, are you aware that the last time the Springboks won at Eden Park, it was captained by a Maritzburg College old boy and Philip Nell?
A mate of mine that I actually went to school with, and a previous headmaster at college actually sent that to me. So yeah, interesting stat.
My main question just is, if you can just talk us through your preparations in Auckland since you arrived. Obviously, there would have been things you identified from the series against the Wallabies that you wanted to fix. Are you guys satisfied that you've done everything you can to be ready for this massive game?
Yeah, absolutely. I think getting here a few days earlier as a player has been unbelievable. I think getting into the time zone and getting a few extra days to work on recovery and get the body right, and then also extra 2 days on the field has been great. I think we've had an unbelievable week of preparation, one that I've been very happy with, and I think the team as well. And yeah, looking forward to the big game tomorrow.
Pomoy, ciao Isulu, kanye. Not today.
English. We're in New Zealand.
Okay. Pomoy, uthini ngogqiya enganikwa isikhundla sokhokhela iqela. Kakade yaziyo uba nguye umkhokheli wamabhokobhoko, kanye singathi biyintsikelelo emfihlekileyo for yena akhe ajonge umdlalo wakhe angabanalo ixhalo yokhokhela amabhokobhoko.
Is that English or Xhosa?
That's Xhosa.
Xhosa.
But it would be nice to know one.
Okay, at least he's in a good space now. Nathan, listen, my man, listen, from last week, we knew team here to buy Zabanjani that, and Jesse was appointed as a captain here for the match. Whereas back once again, also when it comes to JL, was supposed to, we had Jalal but Rio Zagala, Papakate Vekin, yabona. So for the sake of continuity plans there to yabona, and indlela uJesse manager ngayo isquad sethu yabona. So for the past 2 weeks, like never say chilo kuba sifike apha ngolesine last week, and then sas prepare ishela kahle. So besingafuni nje wena udisrupta i-plans zethu uyabona ngamaxesha okugqibela. We know siyaba umkhokheli wethu for a season, but kodwa ke uJesu kudala senza umsebenzi naye uyabona akwazi ukhokhela kahle apha kude timini. Into endithandayo ngaye kumfana noko ukhokhela ngezenzo uyabona kathethi kakhulu, kumfana i-actions zakhe noko uyakwazi uba leader abe phambili ngezenzo. So yeah, I don't think there's much to read on it. nguJesu uzawukhokhela kule ngomso. But once again, says we see about umkhokheli wethu for a season.
Jan?
Thanks, Zina. Thanks, Slick. Thanks, Jesse. Jesse, my question is for you. we all know about the history. We all know about Eden Park. We all know about the closeness of tests, and every test is important for every player. What makes this test different for you as Jesse Kriel and as a captain?
I think first of all, it's another opportunity to play in a green and gold jersey. I think the magnitude of the game is also something that excites me. I think as a competitor, I think most of the guys will say the same thing. You want to be involved in the biggest of test matches, and this is right up there. You want to test yourself against the best, whether it's in your position or whether it's world rankings or I mean, whatever you want to call it. I think it's the ultimate test, and that's what you get excited for as a player. So I think that's what's in the back of my mind. And then also, we know for the Rugby Championship, this is an extremely important game for us, one that we've been looking forward to for a long time. And yeah, I think tomorrow doesn't get any bigger and any more exciting than this for a player and for people watching.
Thank you very much.
Percy?
Hi, good morning, Zina. Thank you so much. Good day, gentlemen. Coach, can I possibly ask you? I would have asked the captain a question, but I want to ask you, Coach. Something. Usually, as journalists, we get a lot of stats from the likes of Zina and SA Rugby and stats that help us to promote and sell the match. Do you guys, as members of a team, a national team, do you guys look at stats? And the biggest stats that stands out this past week, and every single press conference, whether it's to Rassie Erasmus, whether it's to Jesse Kriel, whether it's to Scott Robinson, is the fact that the Springboks haven't won at this venue in the past, 37 years? Does that matter to you guys?
Yeah, I think us as coaches, probably the stats that we normally focus more on will probably be rugby stats, and then the history about the stadium and how many games they've lost and the last time they've lost. I don't think it's a main focus for us, for once again. I think out of the group of players we've got now, only 3 guys have played there before, so that history doesn't count to us, I'm talking about me personally as a coach, what counts to for me, it's what's going to happen tomorrow, so if you go back to 1930, whatever, I don't think it's got something to do with me. And I know they take a lot of pride when it comes to their history and their legacy they've got in the stadium. But I think for us, the legacy is with the Springbok jersey. We have to make sure that we protect it. We have to make sure that we give ourselves a good chance to make sure that we perform tomorrow. And, once again, if you want to win the competition, you have to make sure that you beat the best, and the All Blacks, can't ask for any better team than playing the All Blacks in New Zealand, So, yeah, once again, regarding the history about the stadium, I don't think it's got that much impact on us. I think, yeah, the key thing for us is to make sure that we keep representing our country with pride and dignity, and make sure that we keep everything in our powers to make our people back at home proud.
Ross?
Thanks, E. How's it, guys? Jesse, I know that you guys have mentioned before that, captaining the team isn't that massive of a thing when it comes to the fact of how big your leadership group is in the team. But, before the season started, you'd never captained the Boks before. Did you ever imagine that you'd be going into the Eden Park test, captaining them for the 4th time in a 3rd official test? And is that quite a special thing for you? And was it also really special to get that sort of validation from Sia? Even though he came into the team late, he suggested that, you hold on to the captaincy for this game.
Yeah, I think, first of all, it just speaks, it speaks volumes of the kind of leader Sia is. We all know that Sia is our captain and that he is the captain of this team. And it's all of us that kind of help and lead when we need to. And I'm obviously have got that role this weekend, and something that I take massive pride in leading this team and doing my part. But yeah, then again, I've said it many times, there are so many leaders throughout this squad, and I'm not just talking about the 23 guys playing tomorrow. I'm talking about the entire wider group, the coaches. There's leaders in each and every suppose place over there. So yeah, it's a massive privilege. I wouldn't have thought that it would be happening, but then again, it's the most important thing is that I do my job and that I what is expected of me as a player, and I think then the rest obviously takes care of itself. So extremely proud, extremely privileged. It's a massive honor. So yeah.
Lita?
Dankie Z. Hi Stokke, hi Jesse. Well, Stokke, for you, please, how important was it? You guys were there more than a week, but how important was it to also not over prepare, if you know what I mean, run the guys into the ground during training and then have nothing left for the Saturday?
No, Leighton, I wouldn't put it that way, that we over prepared. I think one of the key things when we arrived here early was for us to make sure that we acclimatize nicely when it comes to, the time difference. It's something that's crazy, 10-hour different. So we had to make sure that we get here early. And then one of the main focus things at that time was the recovery with the players. Probably they spent about the first 2 days doing mostly recovery and then some gym work, and then we've only spent 2 days. I think it was on Friday and Saturday only last week. So I wouldn't say we've overworked them. We've got a very, very, very experienced SNC department in Andy and Sebastian. They know very well what needs to be done for the players to be ready for the game. So we trust them. And so, yeah, I don't think I will put it that way, that we've overworked them. But once again, I think with the preps that we've got this week, the vibe around in Auckland, everyone is talking about this game. But for us, the key thing was just to make sure that we do the things that needs to be done to make sure that we're ready for this game. It's going to be a massive game, playing All Blacks at home. It's not a joke, and more especially with the occasion, like I said to you, it's a very, very historical venue for them. And also for a guy like Adi Savia, playing his 100th test match. I know it's going to be a very, very special occasion. And once again, congratulations to him for what he has achieved. And also, he's been a true legend of the game, so congrats to him. And yeah, but when it comes to our preps, the key focus for us was to make sure that we keep improving on where we left against Australia. We had a slow start, but yeah, once again, if you want to win the competition, you want to be able to beat the best in the world, which is the All Blacks, the number 1 team in the world. And yeah, we're looking forward to that challenge also.
Sorry, Zina, just one last question, the least important question to Jesse Kriel. Jesse, please take us into your confidence. Can I kindly ask you, Skipper? This is your. I know you want to make it about a team. I want to ask you a personal question. What do you do before a match, sir? Do you drink a cup of coffee? Do you dance? Do you sing to yourself? Do you pray, sir? Just maybe give us a bit of insight, sir.
No, I don't have any. I'm not a very superstitious person. I just do what's on the program and what's expected of me, and then I've just obviously got my own way of just leading up to the game. But I'm not a very superstitious person. Believe that the preparation and the hard work that you do throughout the week will get you in a good position to perform on the weekend. So yeah.
No other question? You've got 2 minutes online, guys.
Yeah, they just maybe a Coach Stokke and Jesse Kriel. Coach Stokke, you mentioned Adi Savia, and maybe Jesse can chip in, who's played a couple of games against him. Just what makes him such a special player and also and a competitor for you guys over the years that you've faced each other.
Yeah, I think what for me, what stands out about him is I think his big moments. I think he has massive moments in games wherever he plays. I mean, I've played against him in Japan, in Super Rugby. I've played against him in Test matches, and I think you'll always see him putting up his hand, making big moments in Test matches. I think he's a guy that works hard, and he's a big figure for them that leads by action. So yeah, it's a massive occasion and a big milestone for him, and I think it's an awesome achievement. So yeah.
Nathan?
Jesse, on a perspective, you guys have done your captain's run. I mean, how's the mood in camp at the moment, especially for such a game of this magnitude?
Yeah, Nate, as I said earlier on, these are all the games that the guys get extremely excited for. Doesn't get any bigger than this, I suppose, besides in the World Cup. And this is what you train hard for, and you work towards each and every day of your, I suppose, your professional career to play in games like this. So, yeah, the mood's awesome. The guys are excited. We've had a great week of prep, and just looking forward to tomorrow.
Last online question.
Jesse, can I just ask maybe the All Blacks coming off a loss, does that make your job just that little bit harder that they lost in Argentina last week or the week before?
Mike, I think the All Blacks are always a tough team to play against, regardless of whether they won or lost, or won or yeah, on the weekend. I think they're quality players of the highest class, and I think the rivalry between the Springboks and New Zealand is something that is unmatched in my opinion, and I think it's as good as it gets. So I don't think the loss will be any difference, and I think they'll be motivated just as much as they would have been if they had won. So I think it'll be yeah, a great game.
Thank you.
Sports. Rassie Erasmus has officially named his 23 to face the All Blacks this weekend, and it's a bit of an unexpected 23, really. The big news is no bomb squad. An orthodox 5-3 split for the Springboks, and a surprise inclusion for Ethan Hooker, who's, I think, played one game for the Boks so far this year, and he will get an opportunity at Eden Park. I mean, talk about big opportunities for a player who hasn't really featured so far. But it's an interesting side. Tried and tested is the theme. Lots of experience, lots of players who have been there, done that, and just two players who have actually played at Eden Park for the Springboks in the lineup in the forms of Siya Kolisi and Eben Etzebeth. Before we get into the side, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Let's have a look, shall we, at exactly what Rassie Erasmus has done over here. Right, there is your 23, and it's an interesting 23. I think a lot of us are probably expecting a bomb squad kind of vibe. I think it's interesting to see that Thomas Toy is starting. And I think it's interesting to see, obviously, the 8th man selection. So let's go through it, shall we? Oxenchair in the number 1 jersey. Malcolm Marx next to him. Thomas du Toit starts in the number 3. Volkolo being backed to do a job off the bench. What, for me, would have been interesting is had the All Blacks maybe shuffled their pack a little bit, or their front rows a little bit, this might have changed. But big opportunity for Oxenchair to have a go at Fletcher Newell. Thomas du Toit up against Ethan de Groot's going to be a very good battle as well. In the second row, Eben Etzebeth next to Ruan Nokia. I mean, that is such a good reward of form for Ruan Nokia, who was one of the few players last year, I think, really took his opportunity and bashed the door down. He became undroppable, really, with the way he was playing last year, and even this year has just kept it up with stand-up performances. Maybe not the most physical of locks out there. You know, he probably doesn't bring the same sort of physicality as maybe even a Tupou Vai, you know, his opposite number for this weekend. But his work rate is absolutely immense. Very good line operator as well. And, you know, set piece is going to be so important this weekend. And I think he'll play a big role of that. Whether we'll start seeing, you know, your midfield lineouts and the likes of that, maybe, you know, too soon to tell. But he's a big part of that, and a very good skill set in terms of being able to play you know, in the loose and good hands and the likes of that. The loose trio, Malcolm starting the number 6 jersey, Peter du Toit back in the number 7 jersey, and Siya Kolisi starting at 8. No Jean-Luc Deprez, which was one of the more sort of accepted selections, really, when we did the live show yesterday. People were saying basically they're backing to see seeing Jean-Luc Deprez in the number 8 jersey, and would really like to see him in the number 8 jersey, given the fact that he had to pull out late against the Wallabies, hasn't really played for the Boks, had a good performance against the Barbarians. But Siya Kolisi is fit and is being backed in the number 8 jersey. By the way, this will be his 95th cap as he ages ever closer to that big number 100, which Ardie Savia, by the way, gets to this weekend. Big calls at 9 and 10, probably the sort of calls we were expecting, really. Grant Williams in the number 9 and 10 combination with Andre Pollard. So with Pollard's selection, Willie LaRue at 15 is essential, who I think actually has also played at Eden Park for the Boks. I think all 3 of them who featured there before. So Grant Williams, I think, was always going to be a pretty straightforward selection. I wonder if they might have been tempted, especially if they'd gone with a 6-2 split, to put Grant Williams on the bench and almost kind of use him as that impact. But I think at the moment, this is a team built to build an innings. And I think Grant Williams will partner with Andre Pollard in trying to put pressure on the All Blacks, put them on the back foot, and to try and sort of knock off a few points. Then when the opportunity is there, have a bit of a go. Canan Moodie does survive his performance against Australia and starts the number 11 jersey for the first time. Interesting to see it. He'll be on the left and Sheldon Colby will be on the right. What for me will be interesting to see is whether that decision was actually made after the All Blacks named their side, and if Sever Reece, for example, was in the number 14 jersey, would that have potentially have changed their thinking as well? In the centres, Jesse Creel, Damien Daly extend their centre partnerships. I mean, there are experience between those two, 172 caps between those two. So that's the big thing. The theme of the backline is experience trumps everything. Villilu in the number 15 jersey. That will spark a lot of debate. But I think, to be fair, I think a lot of people have been coming around to the fact that we want to have his level-headedness. We need to have his creativity as well, because he just brings so much to the team from creating chances, potentially creating tries, and the likes of that. So I think that that's quite an important selection, you know, Villilu in that number 15 jersey. And then off the bench, yeah, I said no 6-2 split. That's a surprise. I am surprised, to be perfectly honest. I thought that we would see a potentially 6-2 split. People talking about a 7-1 split even, but it's not. And I tell you what, not a lot of experience in this front row. Jan-Indra Wessels covering hooker in itself is an interesting selection. It's maybe the only selection I don't really agree with. I just want to see more of Marius van der Merwe. I really think that he can bring a lot to the table. Jan-Indra Wessels does bring a lot with regards to, you know, a lot of physicality in that second half. Very good work rate, quick around the park. But I like the fact that Marius van der Merwe would have been a second fetcher in the second half, and I worry about our lineouts in the second half as well, with Jan-Indra Wessels maybe not as good of a line operator as I think Marius van der Merwe is. Bowen Venter, though, I mean, how's this? He wasn't even in the Boks mix 2 or 3 months ago. You know, he wasn't even in lineman camps. He was basically nowhere, was Bowen Venter. He will now get opportunity to play against the All Blacks at Eden Park. And I think it's the inexperience of those two who have a combined 8 caps that necessitates Wilco Low coming half and hopefully just trying to that scrum in the second half. Not being used off the bench, I think, is a good move. The Achia Snyman stocks have waned, haven't they? I mean, it's weird to have thought even a year ago that Achia Snyman would not be involved against the All Blacks. I don't think he's played phenomenally well so far this year for the Boks, but it's interesting that we haven't seen him as much. Even Franco Mostert missing out as well. We are seeing a couple of big names not involved. Quackett Smith will provide impact off the bench. That we pretty much knew was going to happen regardless of a 6-2-5-3 split. He's so important in the second half from a breakdown point of view, turnovers, competing over the ball, and hopefully after a really strong performance against the Wallabies, his confidence will be up and he'll be able to do a lot of damage. Then we've got Kobus Reinach in the number 21 jersey. A bit of experience there, partnering the other 2 backline players who have 12 caps between them. Sasha Feinberg Gomazulu back to the number 22 jersey. He can come on obviously at fullback, at 10, at 12. And I think his X factor will be a big part of in that second half. Wouldn't surprise me actually if he comes on at 15 and tries to add something a bit different. If you want to keep Andre Pollard on for his goal kicking, the likes of that in the later stages. Ethan Hooker for me is a very surprising selection. I think we could have very easily gone with a 6-2 split, and you could have added an extra lock in the form of a Franco Mostert, Achia Snyman, gone with Kobus Reinach and gone with Sasha, and left out Ethan Hooker. So for me, I think that is Canan Moodie insurance. To be honest, I think with the way that he played against the Wallabies and had a really tough game, they're backing him again. Could have got Makasoma Pimpi, maybe even the safer option, but they're backing Canan Moodie. However, they have got an option where if he's not playing well, they can put an Ethan Hooker on, who will be playing just a second game for the Boks. Big ask, very, very big ask. But again, I suppose, you know, also a bit of an unknown, really, for the All Blacks. Big physical winger, a bit of a different mold to the other wingers who are, you know, more fleet-footed, for example. I also think this is a team that is really set up to put the ball in the air and compete very well. Cheslin Colby, Canan Moodie, they're going to have a lot of opportunity to compete. Eben Etzebeth will get involved in the up and unders as well. So that sort of very much dictates a potentially very kicking orientated game. plan as well. In terms of some stats, Springboks will go in search of their 5th victory in a row this weekend. Their longest winning streak against the All Blacks was 6 matches between 1937 and 1949. So if they were to win this game, they would be able to match that next week. The last time, however, we defeated the Eden Park was defeated All Blacks in the Eden Park was 1937. A long time ago. And we've got to try and break that kind of record, you know. And the All Blacks themselves have not lost at Eden Park since 1994. So yeah, I mean that's how much of it is a fortress Eden Park type of thing. In terms of your caps and the way it's sort of distributed, total test caps for the Springboks starting lineup is 939, which is the 4th highest combined in South African history. Total. So it is the 4th most experienced Springbok side of all time. And I think that's significant. You know, that is very much, they're bringing players who have been there, who've done that, who are going to be able to cope with the pressure and hopefully be able to get a result. You know, that's not an accident. That is very deliberate. And in terms of the average caps, there are 434 in the back line, 505 in the forwards, 206 on the bench. Your average player in the starting lineup has over 60 caps. That's an incredibly important stat. The average player on the bench has 20, the average caps on the bench is 26. So it's experience. At the end of the day, we're backing experience to get the victory. Is it the right decision? Well, we're going to ask you in the comments, and let's go take a look.
And there are 2 names, Jerry Collins and obviously Rodney. Just the influence that those 2 men especially had on you in those positions that they played, and you follow from them, and just what this means to playing the 100th test with those guys in the head as well.
Yeah, they're legends of the game, JC and Rodney, you know, and honour those guys, and I guess being pioneers and paving the pathways for, you know, us players to come through, especially us young Pacific players. But the guys that kind of had more influence for me was the guys like Rick DeVito, Jack Lamb, and Faifili Levave. They're the ones that kind of took me under their wing when I first came into the rugby scene, and just looked after me. So yeah, so many boys that kind of inspired me, but also just looked after me and made me who I am today.
You're standing here ready to play your 100th test, and I'm sure that this is, you know, you've thought a lot about this over the last few weeks as it's coming up and everything. I mean, is this the culmination of a dream to think that you'd actually reach that amount of test matches?
Yeah, it is. I had a bit of time on the bus today just to sit back and reflect, you know, the journey. For me, I always try and remind myself that every time I put on the black jersey, it's a blessing. And it just happens to be the 100th time this weekend, and it's another huge blessing for me. So, you know, I'm grateful for this team, the coaches, the players, the past players and coaches, just everyone that's been part of this legacy. Yeah, that's kind of who I represent, and the reason why I play.
When you first started playing for the All Blacks, did you ever think you'd make 100?
No, not at all. The thing about this team is, you know, some All Blacks greats always say we're just caretakers, and you never know when your time is up in the jersey. So I guess every time you get named and you hear your name each week, you know, you get butterflies, and you, you know, you don't want to let the jersey down. So never really thought.
Did it sink in today on the bus?
Yeah, like we're busy in the week, and you know, just try and go about our week and preparation. So, but there are times when I'm sitting in my room, I'm with my wife, and just kind of you know, just reflect and just be grateful.
Family here on Saturday?
Pardon?
Parents?
Yeah, my wife and kids are already up, and yeah, mum and dad. Yeah, the bus will be up here, and you know, the people that have been there since the start. So they'll be up here, and it'll be awesome just to be alongside them.
Roddy, a phenomenal achievement regardless of who against and where, but how much more special that it's at Eden Park against South Africa?
yeah, you couldn't ask for anything more as a footy player, I guess. Huge respect to the Springboks, and we hugely respect Eden Park and our home. So to be able to go out there firstly and be named to play against the Springboks in this Test match is a great challenge, and something that it's going to be hard and tough, but something for all of us to walk towards.
And it's very obvious on and off the field, the special bond that you have with Sia Collins. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, first and foremost, we're just human beings. We're men in this room, we're females in this room, and we're husbands and fathers. She's the same as me and Sia, we're just brothers off the field, but again, we represent two different countries that, want to get the result. So, and that's the special friendship. And I think it's like that with a lot of international teams and players. We go out there and try and beat each other up and try and do what's best for our team. And then, we just share a conversation and just like normal human beings, we put that aside and just connect. Pardon? Is he? I'm not too sure, yeah. Not too sure.
Adi, we saw you this year with Moana reach within, find something special to motivate you to bring the best out of yourself.
Yep.
Is that something that you do as a matter of course with the All Blacks, that reaching within, playing from the heart, motivating yourself?
Yeah.
Or is that something you will reach for this week particularly?
No, it's there every week. Whether it's Moana or with the All Blacks, my foundation's built on Christ, on the Lord. And that's kind of been my driver every week. So whether that was at Moana, that was it. And even when I'm here every day, I try and just be consistent in my faith and reading my word and trying to be a better human, because I find being better off the field helps me on the field.
What's the best way you can mark the special occasion? What do you need to do to mark it in the way you want to do?
Just prepare like I always prepare. And just embrace the week. Let it fill my cup instead of being a burden, and go out there and represent the jersey well.
Talking to some of the Springboks during the week, I've used the word respect when describing you. What does that mean?
I think for me, respecting someone is someone that's gone before and done things well, and they're about it.
Out of your 100 Kyle Preston's first, what messages have what have you said to him this week, and what conversations have you guys had?
We shared a moment. Just it's an honour to play on each other's, debut and 100th, and haven't really said much. You kind of want to let the boys just prepare their own way, but it's a huge honour to share this special day and occasion with KP.
Adi, you went on the 2013 interview tour as an apprentice. What did that teach you about the All Blacks 12 years ago now, but what did it teach you about?
I just think, I actually remember going on that tour and Steve just said, just come in and embrace the environment and enjoy the environment and get a feel for it. And that's what it was just to see what that level looked like, and how, some real class players prepare. So, I'm really grateful I got an early glimpse of that. And, even better having Bus there too, so it's pretty special.
Do you have a pre-game ritual or superstition you need to get yourself mentally switched on before victory?
Yeah, Sapus, it's good to see you. Yes, I always love to have my coffee, early morning coffee. I love to go to the cafe, read my Bible, read my word, just to keep my nerves down, but also be reminded of why I'm playing the game.
Just spoke about impact on you growing up. How much impact did your older brother have, chasing him, competing with him? Must have had a profound impact. I know you're obviously
Yeah, huge impact. Having an older brother that kind of has done this, played for the All Blacks, he kind of paved the pathway for me, whether it was good with us or bad. I was able to learn and navigate my journey through his life. But yeah, I give all credit to him. You know, being a young fella, looking after myself and my family, I was able to propel myself forward and look after my own. So, you know, I honour him today, right now, because I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him.
You've spoken about the Samoan and South Pacific players that were your role models. Nowadays, you have players like Bola Satiti, Berko Failagi, that speak highly of yourself and the impact you have for them. Is that part of your service now, being able to impact themselves and also in their careers and what they're doing?
Yeah, I think that's the calling of being an All Black, and as a leader, I think you play the game, and the more you play, the more you find that impacting others is what fills the heart in the cup. And you know, being a young fellow, having older guys that came up to me and poured time into me, that was really that really helped me and propelled me. So as a leader in the ABs, that's what we all do, is to give back to our young boys and try and help them as much as we can.
And that faith of God that you've spoken about, your Christian beliefs.
Yeah.
You talked about the journey from game 1 to game 100 this weekend. How has that helped you overcome the challenges and stuff that you've gone through?
Yeah, I think it's helped me because the Lord has taught me that rugby is just a part of my journey. We had the great Sir Michael Jones talk about how being an All Black or playing rugby doesn't define us, and it's not our identity. It's just a part of who we are. So, you know, I think Jesus has really taught me to understand why I play footy, and it's just a blessing and a small part of my life. Yeah, so, you know, whether we want to go out there and win, if we don't or we do, I keep the same energy and I always give thanks, and just keeps me grounded.
Thanks, sir.
I love it. Thank you.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Sports. And Scott Robertson has officially named his All Black side to face the Springboks. A bit of a shuffle and a big occasion for Ari Sevilla, who will be playing his 100th test for the All Blacks, becoming the second player to do so this season, with Curry Taylor reaching the landmark a few weeks ago. It's a very strong All Black side, but there's one position in particular which stands out, and that is the scrum half crisis, with no less than 3 scrum halves unavailable for Scott Robertson this weekend, which will see Finlay Christie coming into the starting lineup with the number 9 jersey, and a potential debut in waiting for Carl Preston off the bench as well. And before we get into the side, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We are waiting the now very interesting Springbok team announcement, which will take place after the All Blacks, meaning that the Boks have basically had an hour or two to kind of look at exactly what they're going to change, how they're going to line up, potential bench split and the likes of that. And it'll be interesting to sort of see, or ask Wasiras rather, whether he has responded to the team that the All Blacks have announced and tweaked his side to what maybe they might have done if they had announced their side before the All Blacks, for example. But this is the All Blacks side to face the Boks. In the front row, Ethan de Groot, Cody Taylor and Fletcher Newell. Pretty expected. I think Tawa Lomax, for me, would have been probably a stronger starting option, to be honest. I think Fletcher Newell is someone who's coming up on 30 caps, becoming more and more experienced, getting more opportunities at the moment. I do think that to cope with an oxen chair, a Tawa Lomax, for me, would have been probably a better option. But again, you've got to look at the full 80 minutes. And I think that the All Blacks will look at the Boks and the way they've played so far this season and think that there's an opportunity to try and mount a bit of a comeback, or at least sort of a bit of a late surge against the Boks, who have not finished particularly well so far this season. So I think if you look at the bench, for example, definitely players who are going to sort of up the ante coming off the bench. Front row, I think in particular as well, very strong, but also the likes of a Fabian Holland, who's has a pretty good start. The likes of Duplessis Karifi off the bench, for example, who added a lot of impact. And McKenzie obviously has been used like that. In the second row, you've got the captain, Scott Barrett, next to Tupo Vai. He's played a lot of his rugby in the number 6 jersey so far this year. They've kind of gone with that really sort of big pack type of thing with Fabian Holland at 5 and Tupo Vai at 6, for example, which has made a lot of sense, to be honest. But if two of us starting in the number 5 jersey, it gives an opportunity for the young man, Simon Parker, who comes for just his second game. Bit of an unknown for the Boks. He's 25 years old, big player, 1.97 meters tall, 117 odd kg. So it's not like it's a small pack when he comes in, but he's somebody that the Boks will not know a massive amount, given the lack of games he has played. Artie Xavier, 100 tests this weekend. I mean, one of the probably the most consistent All Blacks player, arguably probably since his debut, to be honest, but definitely over the last sort of 5-6 years. He is just a man for the big occasion. Eden Park, 100 tests. It's going to be a hugely emotional occasion for him, but if there's one person we know who's going to put in an absolute storm of a performance, it is Artie Xavier, I'm expecting potential man of the match nominations for him on Saturday because he always rises to the occasion. And you think of Wallace Atiti back to full fitness, starting number 8 jersey. That's a big boost for the All Blacks. You know, I do think that Artie Xavier is better in the number 7 jersey. Wallace Atiti last year looked like the first 8th man in the All Blacks, which was going to warrant moving Artie Xavier back to the flank and having him an 8th man. So I do think that there's far more balance in that back row with Wallace Atiti coming in. I think that allows Artie Xavier to be the best version of himself, and they can then get a proper out-and-out number 8 in the form of Wallace Atiti, who has taken a test match rugby like duck to water. He was really, really impressive last year every time he played, and I think that he's someone that they're anticipating is going to have a big game on Saturday. Very big game as well for Finlay Christie, who does partner the incredibly experienced Bowden Barrett, who will be making his 139th appearance for the All Blacks on Saturday. No Cameron Guard, no Cordes Ratama, no Noah Hotham. I mean, it is a scrap of crisis really for the All Blacks, and I think that's the one area where if things are going well on Saturday, that the Boks could potentially exploit. You know, Finlay Christie is a great player, usually brought off the bench, and nothing against him, but as a Bok fan, I look at them and I think they're not as good a side as if Cameron Guard is in there, for example. Even a Cordes Ratama, I thought that last year looked so good. But Cameron Guard is a player that scares me as a Bok fan, you know. I mean, Finlay Christie is a great player, but he doesn't give me that same sort of worry when he runs on the field as a Cameron Guard, who is one of the best scrum halves in the world on his day. So it's a big opportunity for Finlay Christie, who's been around that squad. He went to the World Cup, 25 caps to his name. He needs to make a genuine push. He needs to start making sure that he is a consistent part of any All Black side, because Cameron Guard came in after him, has got the run on him, for example. Cordes Rattam as well kind of got the run on him, and they've always sort of seemed to be able to come into the All Black side and get ahead of him. He now has his opportunity, and he needs to take it. The continued search for your best back 3 combination continues. Will Jordan will start at full back. Rico Ioane continues to play on the left wing. Imoni Narawa on the right wing. No Sevu Reece involved. No Caleb Clark involved. And in the centres, you've got Geordie Barrett, who's the vice captain as well, by the way, alongside Artie Xavier, and Billy Proctor in just his 7th cap for the All Blacks. For me, it all comes down to the All Black pack, to be honest. I think that there's lots of talent in this back line. And Narawa, for example, only playing his 4th test, a bit of a new face to the team. Billy Proctor as well, maybe not quite settled. But I think they're still trying to find their combinations really in the back 3 and in the centres. And I think that's an opportunity where the Boks can try and exploit it. If the pack does not find parity, if that All Black pack is struggling, I think the Boks can have a go at this All Black backline and put them off their game. Off the bench, though, there is plenty of experience in the forms of the likes of a Daniel McKenzie, for example, Toro Lomax, Samasoni Takawa as well brings a decent amount of experience, but also a lot of unknowns, to be honest. I think it's a good front row in Samasoni Takawa, Tamati Williams, Toro Lomax. I think they will bring in a lot of impact. Tamati Williams in particular, very good on the loose, very big player, very physical. Fabian Holland's been very good in the lineouts so far this year. Duplessis Karifri, we know that he's going to bring a lot of energy off. Has had to wait a while to get his All Blacks cap. Big word for him to play against the Springboks, given the fact that he is named after a former Springbok. And then Carl Preston on debut. Again, a player that the Boks will look at and say, right, when he comes on, we've got to have a go. We've got to try and shake him off his game. You know, I mean, he's been around the block for a while. Same age, Simon Parker, 25 years old, but making his debut. And it's the 8th debutant of the year when he comes on. So that's an opportunity to have a bit of go and try and sort of shake him off his game. Quinn Tupai in the number 22 jersey, and then Dan McKenzie in the number 23 jersey as well. So there is some experience on that bench, but you take away Takawao, Tyrell Lomax, and Daniel McKenzie, no player had more than 20 caps coming off the bench, which in itself is quite interesting because it's a bit of an unknown for the Boks, but it also means that if things are going really badly and the All Blacks are struggling, there's not a lot of experience. You're not bringing on players with an average sort of 40, 50 caps on the second half. You can kind of understand, been there, done that, and cope with that kind of pressure. So there's pros and cons to that sort of inexperienced versus an experienced bench, and a lot of it will depend on what kind of the situation is in the second half or on the day when they come on and what the kind of job they have to do. What do you think of this team? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Appears to play, so obviously Tez had a wee injury and I got chucked in there, but I was ready for that, and that's what we try and get ready for in the week.
You've played plenty on Eden Park. What does that record mean to this team? And in a way, given it's been so long, does it weigh on this team at all?
I think in camp, whenever you're playing the Springboks, you don't really need any extra motivation, but it's obviously there if you want to look for it. But for us, it's about going out and focusing on tests, winning that, trying to keep our vision on that.
Finlay, as a playing group, when you're playing the Springboks, do these weeks feel different? Do you feel that you can find an extra 5 or 10% in preparation, in training, as you work towards Saturday?
I think it naturally, when you're playing the best, and like I said before, rivalries like this just naturally brings that edge up. So, like I said, we don't need to look for extra motivation. It's obviously going to be a massive game, so the boys are up for it.
And Faf de Klerk has been a bit of an ever-present in recent seasons, and this season Grant Williams has started more than anyone else at 9 for the Boks. Very different players. What do you make of them and the differences that they bring to the game plan?
Yeah, they're both great players. Faf's obviously got a lot of experience, very gritty player, and Grant's obviously electric, running game and very fast. So they both add their own things, and for us it's about focusing on how we can sort of play our game.
And have you noticed an evolution in the attack, certainly starting last year, post-Rugby World Cup, and the Boks doing different things, being a little bit more unpredictable?
I think definitely, yeah, they've I guess expanded that attack a wee bit, and not afraid to throw the ball wide in simple terms. So yeah, playing some good footy.
What do you need to prepare for the most when you play the Springboks?
Myself?
The All Blacks.
It's like I said, it's a big test match. It's test match footy, so for each individual, it's about nailing your job, doing the simple things well. If we can do that as a team, it'll go a long way.
For you personally, did you think you'd be standing here in the most talked about position in the All Blacks maybe a month ago?
Definitely not, no. Thought it'd be down in Nelson, focusing there, but it's the way footy goes. It's awesome.
Great, easy.
Sweet. Thanks, guys.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Sports. Big news today in South African rugby with confirmation that SA Rugby has officially become a full shareholder in the United Rugby Championship. A journey that started 8 years ago when they contemplated going over and we had Cheetahs, for example, involved in the Pro 12, in the Pro 14 and the likes of that, has come full circle, and SA Rugby will officially become a full member and join the likes of Welsh Rugby, Ireland Rugby, Scotland Rugby, Italian Rugby and CVC partners, which complete the membership or the shareholders of the competition. And the reason this is so important is that for years we have been subsidizing our involvement in the URC and having to really spend a lot of money in our involvement. Now we will see returns for that investment. We would now see dividends being paid out as shareholders from the URC, from broadcast rights and the likes of that, back into SA Rugby, hopefully back into our franchises and back into sort of South African rugby as a whole. Before we get into it, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Let's have a look at this press release, shall we? Which I received a couple minutes ago, and you can see over there, Rian Olberholzer pictured with Martin Nye, the CEO of the United Rugby Championship. And basically says that on Wednesday, confirmed that South Africa has become the league's 6th shareholder, joining the Irish, Italian, Scottish, and Welsh rugby unions, along with CVC Capital Partners as shareholders in Pro Rugby Championship DAC, which is the company that operates the league. And they said the relationship goes back to 2018 when the Cheetahs and the Southern Kings joined the then Pro 14. And in 2021, the launch of the United Rugby Championship introduced the 4 South African franchises, Lions, Stormers, Bulls, and Sharks. Since then, they said they have achieved significant growth across broadcast audiences, digital engagement. Having said that, it wouldn't surprise me as well if internally they're targeting the Wellington game. You know, obviously this is the big opportunity to try and go and beat them at Eden Park and to get rid of that kind of record and to, you know, expunge the streak that's been going on and really give you momentum. But I also think if you're being very honest with yourselves, you know that you're probably more likely to win next week. And maybe there is a certain amount of, if we're going to have to sort of swap our teams a little bit between one team and the next, we probably want our stronger side, or side that we think we get the best opportunity of winning, potentially playing that second game. Personally, I think we would want to see 2 strong sides, but we just haven't always seen that from the Boks. You know, going with very consistent, same sort of starting 23s and likes of that. And if we do go with the same teams twice in a row, basically the first time since the 2023 World Cup that we have done so. Even last year, you know, the first New Zealand test, the second New Zealand test, there were a few changes. So lots of them injury related, but there were changes. So there's no guarantee of what we're going to see on Thursday, I think, is the big thing. I think it's a very smart move from the Boks to not put it out on Tuesday. I do think that it creates a bit of doubt in a Scott Robertson's sort of coaching staff. It creates a bit more doubt in the All Blacks. The All Blacks, I'm sure, will say that they're focusing on themselves. They're not worrying about what they're going to see from a Bok point of view, that they're going to focus on themselves. But it will be playing a part that they're going to sit there saying, well, have we got surprises that we have to maybe plan for? Are we suddenly going to see an Ethan Hooker, for example, starting on the wing with the injuries to a Kurt Lawrence and Van der Merwe? What does that suddenly look like? What centre pairing are they you know, preparing for? They'll be preparing for Damien De Lendi and Jesse Creel. Might we see an Andre Esterhuizen start? Might we see a Kenny Moody start, for example? He has played against. He actually made his first start at 13 for the Boks against the All Blacks in that historic win in Twickenham. So there's a lot of different sort of factors, and I think this is what has been very good about the Boks rotating, is we've become quite a difficult side to prepare for. You look at the fly halves, for example, Safai Mngomezulu, Andre Pollard, Mani Libbok, all very different types of players and very different players with regards to how we will play when they do play. So it's quite a difficult sort of thing to analyze because we play very differently with Sasha at 10 than we do with Andre at 10, with Mani Libbok at 10, for example. Again, that creates doubt. That's more of a talking point. It becomes a bit of a flashpoint, really. Who's at 10? I can tell you right now, when we announce our side on Thursday, the first name they're going to look for is who's in the number 10 jersey, the All Blacks, because it has been that significant with regards to stylistically how we're going to play. Who's going to be at fullback? I think it's probably the next question, because are we going to see a Pollard Willie LaRue, for example? Are we going to see a Mani Damien Willemse, Mani Pledefassi, for example? Front row, I think we're pretty settled. I think they'll know that. And I think similarly with sort of the second row, I think flanks will depend on fitness, the likes of that, and also your scrum half pair. You're going to have to play for Grant Williams in some capacity. Who the other one's going to be, again, maybe a bit more difficult to sort of try and predict. So they are very much playing their cards close to the chest are the Boks, but I want to see, based on the squad that we're seeing right over there, what sort of early chats for team predictions. We will be doing our official team predictors show on Wednesday. We'll be basically building a side based on what you vote. I'll also be putting up my preferred side as well. And on Thursday, we will have the official team announcement coming live to you on the channel as always. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Finlay, how's the team kind of regrouped this week after disappointment in Argentina?
Yeah, we started off by getting a week off last week and refreshing, filling the tank, and yeah, we've come in, energy's high, and I guess we all know the challenge ahead, so sort of moved on from Argie, and it's all about South Africa now.
What kind of South African side do you expect to come up against?
A very good one, that's for sure. It's obviously going to be a big occasion, and we know they're going to be up for it. So, like I said, we've sort of moved on. We've reviewed the RG test, and it's all about South Africa now. So we're into it.
Obviously, injuries are no good to any team, but do you see this as an opportunity for you to kind of make a statement for yourself?
Could be, yeah. Yeah, we've obviously got a few injuries, and I'm not sure of the team yet, but we're all ready to play.
How much do you benefit from the time out of the squad? Do you think Finlay to get away, play some NPC footy, and then come back in feeling a little bit refreshed? Did it actually benefit you at all, kind of being out of the squad?
Benefited the body, I think. Was a bit beaten up after Super Rugby, so yeah, looked at the positives. Got a few weeks off, focused on the body and the rehab, and fortunate enough to be back in.
And on that second test in Argie, you know, rushed in after 20 odd minutes. Do you like that extended game time, a little bit unknown, just kind of take the ball by the horns in a way and see what you can do? Do you sort of relish in that, thrive in that sort of environment?
Yeah, it goes to show you've got to be ready for anything. We talk about it every week that no matter your number, or even if you're not in the squad, you've got to be ready to play. And our mindset around it is everyone prepares to play. So obviously Tez had a wee injury and I got chucked in there, but I was ready for that, and it's what we try and get ready for in the week.
You've played plenty on Eden Park. What does that record mean to this team? And in a way, given it's been so long, does it weigh on this team at all?
I think in camp, whenever you're playing the Springboks, you don't really need any extra motivation, but it's obviously there if you want to look for it. But for us, it's about going out and focusing on tests, winning that, trying to keep our vision on that.
Finlay, as a playing group, when you're playing the Springboks, do these weeks feel different? Do you feel that you can find an extra 5 or 10% in preparation, in training, as you work towards Saturday?
I think it naturally, yeah, when you're playing the best, and like I said before, rivalries like this just naturally brings that edge up. So, like I said, we don't need to look for extra motivation. It's obviously going to be a massive game, so the boys are up for it.
And Faf de Klerk has been a bit of an ever-present in recent seasons, and this season Grant Williams has started more than anyone else at 9 for the Boks. Very different players. What do you make of them and the differences that they bring to the game plan?
Yeah, they're both great players. Faf's obviously got a lot of experience, very gritty player, and Grant's obviously electric, running game, and very fast. So they both add their own things, and for us it's about focusing on how we can sort of play our game.
And have you noticed an evolution in the attack, certainly starting last year, post-Rugby World Cup, and the Boks doing different things, being a little bit more unpredictable?
I think definitely, yeah, they've, I guess, expanded that attack a wee bit, and not afraid to throw the ball wide in simple terms. So, yeah, playing some good footy.
What do you need to prepare for the most when you play the Springboks?
Myself?
The All Blacks.
It's like I said, it's a big test match. It's test match footy, so for each individual, it's about nailing your job, doing the simple things well. If we can do that as a team, it'll go a long way.
For you personally, did you think you'd be standing here in the most talked about position in the All Blacks maybe a month ago?
Definitely not, no. Thought I'd be down in Nelson, focusing there, but it's the way footy goes. It's awesome.
Great, easy.
Sweet. Thanks, guys.
Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Sports. Big news today in South African rugby with confirmation that SA Rugby has officially become a full shareholder in the United Rugby Championship. A journey that started 8 years ago when they contemplated going over and we had Cheetahs, for example, involved in the Pro 12, in the Pro 14 and the likes of that, has come full circle, and SA Rugby will officially become a full member and join the likes of Welsh Rugby, Ireland Rugby, Scotland Rugby, Italian Rugby, and CVC partners, which complete the membership or the shareholders of the competition. And the reason this is so important is that for years we have been subsidizing our involvement in the URC and having to really spend a lot of money in our involvement. Now we will see returns for that investment. You know, we would now see dividends being paid out as shareholders from the URC, from broadcast rights and the likes of that, back into SA Rugby, hopefully back into our franchises and back into sort of South African rugby as a whole. Before we get into it, please do smash the like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Let's have a look at this press release, shall we? Which I received a couple minutes ago, and you can see over there, Rian Olberholzer pictured with Martin Ivey, CEO of the United Rugby Championship. And basically says that on Wednesday confirmed that South Africa has become the league's 6th shareholder, joining the Irish, Italian, Scottish and Welsh rugby unions, along with CVC Capital Partners as shareholders in Pro Rugby Championship DAC, which is the company that operates the league. And they said the relationship goes back to 2018 when the Cheetahs and the Southern Kings joined the then Pro 14. And in 2021, the launch of the United Rugby Championship introduced the 4 South African franchises, Lions, Stormers, Bulls, and Sharks. Since then, they said they have achieved significant growth across broadcast audiences, digital engagement, and match attendances, with SA Rugby and its teams playing a pivotal role in that. Martin and I said that, spoke about basically the positive impact that South Africa have had. And they said from a fan's perspective, moving forward, nothing changes. However, from a business point of view, with them being a full shareholder, it means that SA Rugby are going to have much more involvement with the URC and much more access to the URC resources from a business point of view, from a partner's point of view, from broadcasters, different stakeholders. And basically, they'll be able to have a much bigger role with regards to growing the URC and, you know, accessing different avenues presented by the URC as well. So it's a really good move at the end of the day. We're no longer, you know, the cousins at the end of the table, no voting rights. We are now fully invested, fully involved in the URC and have as much say in it as, you know, an Ireland Rugby, a Scottish Rugby, and the likes of that. So we are a full member at the table. We have got our seat at the table. We can make decisions. We can contribute towards it. And we're going to benefit from it. That's the main thing. And I think it's a really well-timed, and we always knew it was going to be around now, but it was very well timed with regards to SA Rugby now really elevating their revenue streams. And now the URC is probably going to be able to leverage the fact that SA Rugby is going to become one of the biggest, probably the biggest sports brand in the world, alongside the likes of All Blacks, from a revenue point of view, and be able to leverage that to try and make the URC contend with the big boys. We need to see the URC contending with a top 14, a Premiership Rugby, and the likes of that. You know, we need to make sure the URC is strong enough so that if you know, the Rugby 360 or 365 or whatever it is comes into place, that they've got a product that they can kind of back and they can hold their own, really. So it's a very important step. And speaking about Rian Olberholzer said that it is a red letter day. And he said, marks the completion of a journey that started 8 years ago when we first contemplated a Northern Hemisphere future. He said that there have been doubters over the years, but the vision that we shared with Martin and I and the URC team has now come to pass, and we look forward to growing the competition as full partners with our colleagues in the North. We've gotten into bed with Northern Hemisphere Rugby, and I do think it's a good thing. You know, I genuinely think you look at, for example, where Australian Rugby is, the loss they posted last year, now having to use the British Irish Lions to post a bit of a profit. They're in the rebuilding stages. New Zealand Rugby themselves structurally are in a very interesting position where they've spoken about private equity deals. There's been potential player strikes, lots of internal issues over there. Sanzar itself, maybe not as strong as it was 10 years ago. We've gone north. We took a risk. We went to the URC route, and we now are a full part of it. And now we get to really make our mark in it. So it's a really important moment, and what we're going to hopefully see now is a much better sustainable future for our URC teams. Financially, this is hopefully going to no longer be this massive burden that SA Rugby have to almost been bailing out our teams and have. They've basically been fully funding, the different teams, and they guarantee that the teams will still receive that funding moving forward. They've already guaranteed that from, the revenue they've got. But now SA Rugby are going to see revenue from the URC. So we will still start seeing a lot more revenue, which means that this is no longer, this massive expense really for SA Rugby. It's far more of an investment now because you're going to actually see measurable financial return, not just, oh, well, we're playing better rugby as the Springboks, therefore we can see what the URC has done. No, we can actually be able to see it in the books. We actually be able to see that this is where the money's going. This is the kind of money coming back. These are the opportunities that have been created directly from us being a shareholder. So it's a big moment. It is a big moment. And it's come at the right time where we need to fund so much of our rugby at the moment. We've got to make sure our URC teams are pushing the envelopes of their salary caps. Not saying that they need to overspend, but we need to make sure that all our different teams are structured in a way and financed in a way where they can keep players, where they can attract new players. Andre Pollard coming back to South Africa retain. If you lose Marley Bok in the process, because at the end of the day there are only so many spots, and then that's just one of those things that have to happen. We want to get to a situation where the Lions can go and say, right, well, we can take on Marley and pay him similar to what he's going to earn in Japan, for example. And this shareholding is a significant step towards that actually happening. So it's a big moment. It is a big moment. We've been talking about, I've been all in on the URC since the first season. I really enjoy it as a competition. I really enjoy getting to know the other sides. We've actually got a really exciting potential project on the URC side coming up this season, and we're going to see a lot more fan rivalries starting to generate in between your local rivalries, and we're really looking forward to potentially being a part of that. So yeah, I'm really glad that we finally got you, and we've been having to say, just wait. And what? We've operated in the URC. We've been in all the finals. We've won it already as a team, but haven't won it since then. I think it's a bit frustrating. But 4 seasons, 4 finals, plenty of playoffs. You look at the record attendance, for example, at games, the record viewership, for example, 9 times out of 10 are involving a South African side. So we're now the big boys contributing to the competition that actually now have a say in it as well. What do you think? Are you big fans? What do you think this will mean for SA Rugby? And what are your thoughts of where the future of the URC might go? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Sports. And given the fact that we are really sort of looking at the All Blacks test this weekend, I thought it'd be a good time to discuss the greatest rivalry tour which will take place in a year's time, and see New Zealand come for a full-length tour to South Africa, which will feature games against local sides as well as a game against the SAA, because some information is going around at the moment with regards to what the tour is going to look like, which venues are going to have the tests, where we're going to see the different teams, as well as potential extra games, and the sort of rumored 4th test as well taking place outside of South Africa. Before we get into it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. So what we have got confirmation from SA Rugby is that the Greatest Rivalry Tour is going ahead next year, and in sort of August, September, we are going to see the All Blacks come for a fully fledged tour. This is going to include 4 games against the URC franchises, Lions, Sharks, Bulls, as well as the Stormers. It's going to have a 3-test series, as well as an additional game, which is set to be against an SAA side, which is apparently going to actually be the first game of the series itself. So we're not entirely sure what the exact dates are going to be. We imagine sort of August, September, given the fact that there will still be an incoming series during that July international period. Who's going to come? Not sure. When it comes to South Africa, we haven't had England for a while. We haven't had Scotland. We haven't had France in a while as well, I suppose. So it could be one of those. We might see maybe a bit more of a sort of tier 2 tour, the likes of maybe a Fiji, potentially maybe even a USA or something like that, in preparation for what is going to be one of the coolest few months of rugby we've had in a long time. I really think this Greatest Rivalries tour is going to be really cool. It's the two biggest rugby nations in the world now committing to a tour every 4 years starting next year. And basically it's going to be in between sort of your British and Irish Lions series. So you're now going to see a British and Irish Lions series, for example, 2025, 2029, 2030. It'll then be the Greatest Rivalry Series 2.0 when South Africa go over to New Zealand for that sort of a return series. 2 years later, we've got a World Cup, so, a year later, we've got a World Cup. So it's really going to sort of add a big part to the international rugby calendar. And I do think that it will probably be bigger than the Rugby Championship, which has always been a good competition, but never quite had maybe the prestige, the following, the excitement of the likes of the Six Nations, for example. This is far more looking to almost rival a British and Irish Lions tour, which if we get the kind of rugby we might get, and we're hoping to get, I think could become something as big as that. Obviously, we don't kind of have the 4 different nations and the big thing about selection, but we're going to be able to see, historically the best nation in rugby's history with regards to the All Blacks, and then South Africa, the second best, consistently go over to each country and play against the different sides and likes of that. So previously, the pinnacle for club rugby and a touring perspective was to be the British and Irish Lions. Back in the day, you'd have these kind of tours, but recently you only had an opportunity to play against the British and Irish Lions, really. Maybe be part of an SAA side, maybe play in a warm-up game here and there. Now we're going to see every 4 years the opportunity for these teams to take on the All Blacks. And not just them, we're also going to see the Springboks going on and take on the Crusaders, take on the Chiefs, take on the Maori All Blacks, who are also allegedly also in conversations to potentially come next year and play in South Africa, or vice versa. So we could also be seeing something like that happen. So it's all going to be happening next year. In terms of the tour itself, the rumored schedule will see the tour kick off down in Gqeberha, where the All Blacks will face off against an SAA side. That is currently think, I don't know if that's going to potentially change, but it is set to be an SAA side, which will play the first game of the series. It'll then go into your provincial unions, where the All Blacks will then travel to Cape Town, Durban, Johannesburg, Pretoria, and play in the URC, or play against the URC teams. I imagine there will be at least one midweek, potentially 2 midweek games involved in that, where we'll probably see the sort of URC games being played midweek. And then there's going to be a 3-match test series. Now, very importantly, the venues are set to be 2 matches in Johannesburg, 1 match in Cape Town. The tour, or the test series, is reportedly going to start at the FNB Stadium in Johannesburg, where we might be able to break the record, for that we saw in the British and Irish Lions, for example, with one of the biggest crowds ever in rugby. They broke the record of the biggest British and Irish Lions test in Australia recently with just over 90,000. Maybe we might be able to have another go at breaking that next year. From Johannesburg, they will then travel down to Cape Town. The second test will be played at the DHL Stadium down in Cape Town, where they will then fly back to Johannesburg, and the test will come to a close at Ellis Park. It makes sense. It's going to the 3 biggest stadiums in the country. There was always going to be a test in Cape Town. There was always going to be a test in Johannesburg. For me, it was probably going to be whether we're going to see a second test in Johannesburg or a test in Pretoria. I don't think it was ever particularly likely to go to an Mbombela, for example, as good as they've been. You're talking about a tour that is got money at the top of the order. This is really a big financial boost for these 2 unions, and the commercialization of this tour is going to be immense. And in that circumstance, you're not going to go and play a game in Mbombela, which is a smaller stadium. You're not going to probably go to the Free State, which is a smaller stadium. Your best chance in Mbombela, for example, is you might then play one of the domestic games there, but unlikely again. You don't really want to see a Lions go and play against the All Blacks in Mbombela Stadium. SAA was probably your best opportunity, and it sounds like they've decided to go down to Gqeberha instead of Mbombela for that game itself. I don't think we're going to see a game against the Cheetahs. I think there'll just be too much rugby to play in terms of the schedule that we've got. So we have a final confirmation of this, and then we're supposedly going to be having a 4th test. It was originally supposed to be played in either London or the USA. It looks like London is going to be the destination. It'll probably be at Twickenham. and will probably be significantly after the tour itself, given the fact that they need to go back and basically play against Australia for the Bledisloe Cup after this tour. So the All Blacks fans are in for a huge, huge year next year. And for South African fans, well, start saving, because unfortunately we do know the tickets are going to be very, very high. But the opportunity to watch the All Blacks several times next year is going to be a big possibility. You know, from a Johannesburg or Pretoria resident, you could potentially have 4 games. You could go watch. If you're from Cape Town, you're going to get 2 games. Durban's going to get a game. Gqeberha's going to get a game. So even if you, for example, you are in Mabela and Nelspruit and the surrounding areas, you could make a plan to come to Johannesburg to watch one of the 4 games. So it will be relatively accessible from a locations point of view. Financially, we have to wait and see exactly what the tickets are going to look like. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. I cannot wait for the tour. I think it's going to be really, really cool to see the types of teams we put together, the type of squad. And for the All Blacks, I mean, how perfect is that? I mean, it's what the Boks, for example, will dream of in 2030 in terms of being able to take a 40, 45-man squad a year out from the World Cup and just play 7, 8 matches, you know. Probably 4 additional matches than what you would normally play in a year. Get an opportunity to sort of look at players, look at game plans, and really develop your side as well. So I personally think this will be a big boost for both these teams to really sort of boost their World Cup chances in the preceding year ahead of World Cups. Let me know what you think of this tour as well as the schedule down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve, and I'll chat to you soon.
Yeah.
Thanks, Gina. Thanks, Rashi. Thanks, Ron. Rashi, I know there's a million questions we probably want to ask, but let's start with this one. We know how tight these games are, whether we play in South Africa or New Zealand. This is going to be especially tight given all the history. But what do you think could be the difference between winning and losing at Eden Park on Saturday?
Yes, yeah, no, morning to you guys and ladies on that side. No, I looked at the team they announced and the team we announced, and I think we're both going with a 5-3 split, and what they're bringing off the bench and we're bringing off the bench, I think it's very much similar. And there hasn't been a lot between us. I've got a good referee. We know the way he referees. I think scrum times is going to be big for both teams, and I think both teams have been scrumming well. You know, there's no 6-2 splits. I think the team they selected got a lot of guys that's biting real hard at the breakdown. Kwagga coming off the bench, Du Plessis coming off the bench, will be biting hard. We've got a lock on the bench, they've got a lock on the bench, and a full front row, and almost 9 midfielder and a winger, the same as us. So I think both coaches or management team and coaching staff are expecting a really tight game, and I guess it's the belief at the vital moments, and that's always been the last couple of years. I know there was that big 57-0 by them way back then, and then we had one big one at Twickenham. But yeah, I think it's belief and the right decisions and momentum shifting moments which any team handle the best. So I can't pinpoint it to 1 or 2 things. I think in all areas of the game is going to be a hell of a competitive. So sorry for not having a straight up answer.
Baie dankie, Alfred.
Is er Afrikaans aan?
Thank you so much, Zina. Goeiedag, meneer. Goeiedag, Rassie Roan. Rassie, kan jy net vinnig vra? Miskien net Afrikaans net so kortliks 'n opsomming. Die samestelling van hierdie span, wat was jou denkwyse agter die span geweest? Rassie, jy het ook vroeg in die week gesê jy gaan natuurlik wag tot wanneer jou ewe knie Scott Robinson sy span bekend maak om te besluit hoe julle span finaal sou lyk. Moes jy drastiese veranderings maak nadat jy gesien het hoe lyk die All Black span? En net kortliks jou denkwyse agter die kapteinskap. Hoekom was dit so moeilik of hoekom was dit so maklik geweest om vir Jessie te behou as kaptein met Sia nog steeds in die span?
Ja, okay. So die eerste een in ons gaat ons span verander nadat ons ek het dit in maandag se perskonferensie probeer verduidelik en miskien per se dit nie heeltemal reg oorgekom nie. Kyk, ons het 'n slip-up gehad teen Australië in ons eerste game. Met ons beplanning in die jaar, weet wou ons graag daai game gewen het. Maar ons het altyd geweet hierdie 2 games teen Nieu-Seeland. Ek weet omdat ons teen Australië verloor het is daar obviously extra druk op ons. Maar ons het altyd geweet elke
klein voordeel wat ons teen Nieu-Seeland gaan kry in Nieu-Seeland. Sal ons al bietjie help en ons het gedink om die span aan te kondig later sal ons bietjie help. Ook, en ek dink ek het probeer so eerlik moontlik sê Maandag. So JL sou gespeel het en if jy het Pieter, wat is sy naam, Sia, as ons ouens nie op Maandag kan oefen nie, dan word nie gekies op Saterdag nie. Dit is nog altyd ons policy gewees. Maar toe Sia voluit geoefen Maandag en JL het sy knie het gegaan Dinsdag het sy knie gegaan ongelukkig en ek dink hy's uit vir 'n taamlike periode so JL sou gespeel het. En dan het ons het klaar die kaptein aangekondig Maandag, so omdat ons eers Woensdag hier die spanverandering gemaak het met Sia, met Sia het self gesê dit om weet alles hoe ons beplan het en hoe ons kommunikeer en wat ons geoefen het hoe om te kommunikeer met mekaar op die veld. Het JC leiding gevat en saam met Eben en Ox voor. So net omdat Sia nou op 'n laat oomblik ingekom het, omdat JL beseer was, maak dit meer sin vir ons en ek bedoel dis van Sia se kant af self gekom en ek dink die hele span aanvaar dit so. Is daar iets wat ek nie geantwoord het die is?
Ek is gelukkig, dankie meneer Rasmus.
Hallo Ziba, dankie. Hi Rassie, hi Roan, hoop dit gaan goed daar. Rassie, 'n baie gesettelde agterlyn. Is jy gelukkig met daai samestelling en dan net wat verwag jy 'n gebalanseerde wedstryd soos in die een teen Australië van daai agterlyn?
Ja, ek dink laas keer mense sê ons baie keer iets in 'n perskonferensie en dan by dit jou so 'n bietjie as jy nie bietjie daarop uitbrei nie. Jy weet hoe ek gesê het ek dink Australië speel die tipe game wat ons speel in 2019. Toe sê ek en ek dink dis die way vir ons om te gaan nie. Het ek glad nie kritiek op Australië gelewer nie. Ek het nie gesê dis nie die way wat hulle moet gaan nie. Ons voel net met almal wat nou 6-2 splits doen en almal wat die soort van die bomsquad ding doen, moet ons verskillende maniere kan speel om in 'n goeie pool te kan kom en om in die volgende 2 jaar, is nou eers 2025, die World Cup is eers in 2027, so ons sal ons game redelik moet aanpas, maar ons het nooit gesê dat in wat is die regte woord, tough clutch games, baie belangrike wedstryde, moet ons nie tipiese ou toets rugby kan speel en spanne squeeze nie. So ja, en ek dink as jy na hierdie span kyk, ek het dit by Matt Pierce gehoor nou net, is eintlik baie interessant. Die starting line-up wat in die backline wat die naweek speel, ek op die match squad van waar ek hierdie stat gee nie. Ek het dit nie geweet nie, maar die agterlyn wat die naweek begin is presies dieselfde een wat in Kaapstad begin het. En in forward pack is dit omtrent 1 of 2 changes. So dis 'n jaar later. Ek dink Jaden was op skram af ingewees en ek dink Franna het nog steeds gespeel in Bongi. Ja, dis 'n baie settled team. En baie keer moet ons net 'n game speel asof dit 'n moet-wen is en ons regte toetsrugby moet speel, maar ons glo ook nie dat ek Australië gekritiseer het, ek glo ook ons moet manier kan speel baie keer as ons agter is in 'n game of ons moet regtig die game bietjie wyd vat. Moet ons daai ability aanleer en ons het die balans verloor in Australië, so ons glo die span wat ons hier gekies het gaan bietjie beter wees in daai opsig. Tyson?
Thank you very much, Coach Rassie and Rowan. Coach, just talk us through the All Blacks named their side a couple of hour before your team. What do you make of their team, and were you expecting for them to name this team for this weekend?
No, we weren't quite sure. That's why I said on Monday, Nathan, you're playing New Zealand in New Zealand, you need every single bit of advantage. Not that I think it's a massive advantage, but for us not 100% knowing the team they would pick, and again, there's 4 or 5 surprises that we didn't think would be in the team. And I guess that's why we were front up and said, yeah, we will also only name our team on Thursday. Sometimes we feel naming a team on a Monday, it's out of the way and the speculation is out of the way. We're away from home, we don't see all the speculation and permutations people think that should be picked and so on. So yeah, I mean, Holland on the bench. We know that Lomax would have came into the mix. We were sure Walter would play. I wasn't sure about the sixth flanker that's playing. Or obviously, we know Sevilla would play. There was always doubt about the nines, but I think the starting nine played against us in the World Cup final. I wasn't sure whether they're going to swap outside centre and wings and where Will Jordan would play. So, no, we were. That's why I said on Monday, we were guessing a bit. And we just thought, let's even the playing field, let both teams only really know the teams on Thursday. And that's the truth.
Guys, we'll take
Great.
Great.
Thank you. Thanks, guys. Sorry, my raising hand function doesn't work for some weird reason. Rassie and Ruan, morning. Rassie, I mean, I know you've downplayed the game as, it's one of the games, mini games this year, and obviously another test in the 4-year cycle. But now that it's here, I mean, is this the last big mountain? Not the last, but the biggest mountain for the Boks to scale in this 4-year cycle. You don't get to Eden Park often. The Eden Park record. I mean, a bit like you put emphasis on Wellington in 2018 as part of your growth strategy. Is there a big emphasis on this game for similar reasons in 2020? So what are we, 25?
Yeah. No, Craig, I hope I didn't downplay the game in my previous comments. And it's a massive game, and not just for the reason that it's Eden Park, and I mean, there's many contributing factors. The history, I mean, not a lot of our guys who's been here has won in New Zealand. I never won as a player, I think, in New Zealand. And we, as a coach, drew one and won one. So for a lot of the players, even though they're really experienced, it's massive just playing in New Zealand and downplaying it. The only reason I said I don't think we can say with all honesty or openness that it isn't the biggest test match is just because there's teams that's beaten us at home, like Ireland, like Australia. And I just wanted to compare that. We say, if this game's the biggest, what about those games where we were beaten? So no, it is a massive game. It's all other test countries that we play, in my opinion. There's some of the specialness. Ireland's always technically sort of a challenge. In Australia, since the Greg and Larkham days, I always found them very tough to play against. But New Zealand, there's history from the Flower Bomb games since the Cavaliers. Since we were little boys watching them, that were the team that they currently won the world again. And when we wanted to get us back onto the map, where people believed in us, everybody, opposition, referees, our own supporters, our own players, it was New Zealand. So no, I'm not trying to underplay it. I just try to say that to say it's the biggest game. It's a bit of a slap of a face to the team that's beaten us already, but no, it's massive. No, it's exciting. It's nerve-wracking. It's an honor. It's Ari's 100th Test match. It's a big build-up. The rugby championships are all squares. No, it's massive. We are desperately wanting to win this game.
Thanks.
Is it ek of?
Ja.
Ja, hy Rassie en Roan net twee vrae Rassie. Net jou besluit oor Ethan Hoeke, wat het hy vir julle gewys in terme van om hy go van die bank af te gee met meer ervare opsies soos Fasie en Damian Willems sit daar, en dan net vir Roan ook hoe voel dit vir jou meneer om in so 'n historiese groot wedstryd Saterdag te kan begin langs Eben?
Te lewe gaan.
Negotiate.
Okay. So the first thing is with the Afrikaans praat. Yeah, the
eerste Afrikaans of Engels Rassie, maar dis okay.
Okay, I'll do it in English so the people here can also understand. Now, the first thing is, I think I'm not saying that's the right way. The way we are sort of approaching building squad depth is, a guy like Fassi had a few starts now. Damian Willems, he knows what he must work on as a 28-year-old who's won 2 World Cups or been part of 2 World Cups. We know we've got him as a banker there. We know when we're going to unleash him or give him a chance. We just think with Willie helping Kainan. I know Kainan knows himself. He didn't have a great game last week, and that's why we're backing him again. And having a calmer hand like a Willie there at the back helps a lot. Again, a guy like Sasha covers 10, 12, and 15 for you. Ethan, we don't have a specialist center on the bench. And that's why Ethan will probably cover centers for us. Only center for us. So the team we picked we think we're going to have to match the pace while bringing the physicality. And, we thought they're going to go 5-3 split. So, we're trying to, at some stages, pick the team that we think can squeeze a win out against the best team in the world currently. And sometimes we try to put in guys under real pressure for them to understand what it's like. So when we press on their button a little bit later in the year, Ireland, France, next year, they kind of get used to the environment with senior players around them. I can't remember the second part of your question.
Dis die tweede ene was vir Roan gewees net vir hom wat dit vir hom beteken, hoe spesiaal dit vir hom is.
François, ja nee, ongelooflike groot voorreg vir my. Ek dink is my eerste keer wat ek in Nieu-Seeland is en teen Nieu-Seeland speel in Nieu-Seeland, so vir my 'n groot voorreg. As mens kyk na die geskiedenis van die All Blacks in die bokke, is dit ek dink dit sal môre meer vir my inskop, so nader dan die game kom, maar ja, ongelooflik bevoorreg om hier te wees. Soos ek altyd sê, al soveel ouens wat die vermoë het om ook hier te wees, en ek is net geseënd om in hierdie posisie hierdie naweek te wees. So vir my is dit belangrik om uit te gaan en my alles te gee vir my land. Ja.
Dankie man.
Rosie, you've been coming here, was it 30-odd years? A player and a coach now.
Yeah.
How much have you always enjoyed coming to New Zealand?
Yeah, I think my first time was in 95 or 4. The Vrystaat, the Cheetah. We played against the Highlanders. Invercargill, I think, and that was that was Super 10, I think. Super 10. So I think we were at one stage not a team that really well in World Rugby. There was a time when we didn't do well, and I always used, when we got here, the passion that the New Zealand supporters had for the team and how proud they are of their team was something that really stood out for me. I think we've turned the corner a little bit where we've got the passion in South Africa and people are really behind our team now in a good way. And you can still see now, just with one loss that New Zealand had, I think they 8 out of 10. 8 of the last 10 games they've won, and they've only lost 1 this year. So, and you can feel the pressure that's building on them, and the same with us when we lost to Australia 2 weeks ago. So, no, it's massive, and you can see in the players when we got here, and you can see in the press conferences of New Zealand. So I guess it's something special where maybe if you go to Australia because it's maybe not the first choice sport, or you go to Ireland where there's some other sport that they play, the support is really personal, it's really intense, and the commentary is really, not the commentary of the commentators, but the people, the remarks and the quotes and how people feel, they put it out there. And I think that gets to teams like it gets to us, and it gets to players, and it gets to coaches, and that makes it a really special environment to try and bottle that in the right direction. And it's exactly the same as the first time that I got to New Zealand.
South Africa hasn't played, South Africa hasn't played much at all on Eden Park recently.
Yeah.
Do you think New Zealand rugby's been keeping you guys away from there?
I remember when they took us to places like Albany and you know Mount Smart, Wellington. Yeah, I remember when we beat them at Wellington. They took us the next year again to Wellington. You know, to maybe rectify that. And I think it was a draw after that. No, look, we all know the record at Eden Park, and I really don't think that can motivate us more. You know, for us to play in New Zealand, number 1 and 2 in the world currently, there isn't really something else that can motivate you more. You know, Eden Park is something. Australia beat us 2 weeks ago at Ellis Park, and it's done and dusted. You know, that record's gone. But now it's over. You know, it's the next match. So I think people make a hell of a hype about that, but internally, you know, you can't get more motivated. You play in New Zealand, you play in New Zealand. You know.
Andre, have you played there before at Eden Park?
Only Super Rugby.
Honestly, since he was here, what's his playing status on Saturday? Is he fit enough to play?
Say again.
Sia, playing status, is he fit enough to play on Saturday?
Sia is. Yeah, there's a couple of guys. That's why we brought 36 on tour.
Yeah.
No, Jasper is only available next week. Sia is touch and go for this week. It's again one of those calls that must be made with a little bit of a longer term. You know, he'll definitely be available next week. And we've kind of only announced the team on Thursday, but at this stage he's bracketed just to make 100% sure we don't. You know, initially we thought it was going to be a 6-8 week injury, and then the scan came back much clearer. So we'll make that call a little bit later in the week. But to be 100% sure, I think next week he'll be probably 100%.
Surely Sia would play on Eden Park in Adi Savier's 100th test.
No, you can't. You see, it's a long season, and we still hope Sia can play another year or two for us. And you know, bringing him back one game too early, you know, might just bugger up 6-7 weeks and the rest of the year. So it is an emotional decision, and it's one that we haven't quite finalized. So no, it's the heart said play him, but the mind says let's watch till Thursday.
Here you talked to him about Afrikaans, about Geordie Barrett and playing with him at Leinster. What was that relationship like, and do you keep in touch with him still?
Yeah, it was actually nice to get to know Geordie a little bit off the field as well, you know, and yeah, just to see how he operates on the field a little bit more alongside him than being foes, you know, was also a great experience. And yeah, he's an incredible rugby player. And yeah, it's great to come over to New Zealand and now face him again. And yeah, we do still keep in touch. So we'll see after the weekend. Maybe, I don't know.
According to the experts, the Boks didn't have the physical edge in those tests against the Wallabies. Is it something that the team want to set straight on Saturday against the All Blacks?
Yeah, I think that's obviously always something that we pride ourselves on, and something that we always want to impose ourselves physically in the game. So yeah, if that's the case, if that's what people say, then I guess that's a matter of opinion. But we'll certainly look to still go out there and be as physical as we can.
Rassie, you came here in 2018 and won in Wellington, the first Springboks win in New Zealand for 9 years. Since then, the Springboks have won 2 World Cups. What would you make of how the stature of the All Blacks has changed since 2018?
I think from our point of view, and you know, there's always, as we say, a couple of realities. You know, there's what the All Blacks believe, there's the reality in their camp, and then there's what we believe a reality in our camp, and there's a reality out there which people believe in us. So for us, you know, they're the All Blacks, and they've lost 1 game this year, and they 8 out of 10 out of the last 10 games, and they're number 1 in the world. You know, so they've lost against Argentina in New Zealand before, and it feels almost like people are making this away loss even a worse thing than that happened in New Zealand. And we lost against Argentina last year, you know, and we are 8 out of our last 10 games. So we kind of know what they're going through, and we've got some, I wouldn't say a soft spot for what they're going through. But we know how tough it is when it's almost your first choice sport. I know we've got football as well. That's pretty big, but we've got 60 million people who you know, I think there's like 15 million avid supporters in South Africa. So you know, it's your main sport here, and the people are taking it very personal. But we have to stay in the reality that it's a New Zealand team that's only lost once this year, and 8 out of 10 times they won. You know, so no, we know they're right up there.
I think in the professional era, Springboks have only won 4 tests in New Zealand. I think that would probably shock most people if you told them that. You know, is that, you know, I think it's a sore point that, you know, the Springboks probably, you know, should have been able to win more than that over the past 30 years?
No, that's why. I mean, we can throw around a lot of stats here now, which will make sense for a nice article here or a nice quote there. You know, yeah, I think I've 3 times. You know, once we draw, once we won. No, it's the only time that I've been involved that we won here in the history since I've come here. So far, it's massive to try and come and win here, you know. So, yeah, World Cups was great that we've won it, and Lion Series is great, but we haven't been very successful here over the years, you know. So for us, even not the Eden Park thing, just to win in New Zealand is a massive thing.
Is it still the ultimate for you, Andre, to try to beat the All Blacks in New Zealand?
Yes, of course. It's kind of the pinnacle as a Springbok player. You want to play New Zealand, and if you get the opportunity to play New Zealand in New Zealand, it's even more special. It doesn't matter where in New Zealand it is, but yeah, it's certainly a special occasion every time you get the opportunity.
Russell, when you
Yeah.
look at the balance of what you've been speaking about regarding building a squad, building depth, where does a test match like this fall under your radar? Is it one of those test matches where you throw out the minimal baby with the bathwater just to win, and it does not disrupt your bigger plans going forward?
Look, when things goes according to momentum and you build, and like I thought we done that over the last 9 games, but then we got the Australian game and we messed that one up, the first one at Loftus, and then we had to bring it back a little bit and say, let's just get back on the horse again and win again. But now to win the rugby championship, we have to win this match. So, you know, and normally we don't experiment too much against New Zealand. We try and put the fittest, in-form, available team out there, and I think this will be the case. You know, I think the most in-form, fittest, available team, because it's a must-win for them and for us now. It's not like we have the luxury of saying we beat them twice. Like last year, we beat them twice and we could experiment against Argentina. Have we lost last year against New Zealand or Australia, you know, we couldn't have experimented like we did with Argentina away. So, no, we'll pretty much be everybody that's fit and healthy will be on board.
There's quite a lot of problem in South Africa regarding how the Boks play in the first test and how they play in the second test. How are you, as a coach and a coaching staff, balancing the needs to play what is in front of you, but also vis-a-vis make Boks fans happy who week in, week out will be happy with one thing, not be happy with the next, and yet criticize what's working this week and then say, let's go back to what worked?
No, but that's part of it, you know. That's a fan's job, or his fans' right, you know. They support us, and you know, when they feel happy and thing goes well, and then sometimes they say we're happy with an ugly win, and sometimes, you know, even if you win ugly, they say we could have been more expensive, and I mean that's part of sport, you know. People. That's what conversations goes about. That's when 2 teams are compared, and that's what playing styles are compared. And as long as that happens, as long as they don't burn jerseys and say we're giving up on the team, you know, because we've been on that route before. And no, eventually, we really just want to win, you know, and eventually we think that that's what pleases South African fans. So I actually think in that first Australian test match, you know, we just saw so many opportunities after we were up 22-0 or whatever the score were. And then when we realized all of a sudden, but all these guys are having our number, we just couldn't pull it back. And then the next weekend, I thought it wasn't beautiful, but we managed to get back onto the horse.
Last question over there.
Coach, just seems to be a lot of talk about how you guys name your team. It's quite interesting for us because the All Blacks just do it at the same time every week. And you were quite open and upfront about how you might change your team in the lead up to that first test, and you did. Do you see one day there being a reality where that's normal, and it's kind of more like football where you'll just sort of name a squad and then you have to right up until kick-off to tinker with your team, and that's the accepted way of doing things?
Yeah, I think that's why I think people see everything as mind games, So internally the guys know on Sunday evening already who will play and who is bracketed with who. If somebody. So I don't know if people really. You will never be able to lie to a player and say, listen, on Sunday morning Saturday morning we're going to change the team. Jean-Luc withdrew on the Saturday morning, and Willie withdrew on the Friday with a hamstring. It will be very tough for a player to say, listen, pretend you're playing, and now you must motivate the guy, and now you must lie around with all the other guys in the team. It doesn't work like that. Definitely sometimes we feel it helps if the speculation within social media and in the media to announce the team, it's out there and the speculation is gone and the players can focus and not listen to what everybody's saying, because people listen to social media and people follow it and newspapers and everything. So, but then you get to games like this where you feel, and I think the same with Fraser, this game we feel, it might give us a little bit of benefit of them only knowing our team on Thursday. It's what we think is the best for the team, and what might give us a little bit of an edge. It's very seldom that we change the team on purpose on a Saturday morning. I think it happened once. It's not something that we do regularly.
So you wouldn't change your team once you've seen the All Blacks team?
No. The players know who play on Saturday, and there's one or two guys bracketed with a little niggle like a Sia.
But you'd rather keep it to yourself until
until Thursday evening, because it makes it a little bit more difficult to analyse, I think.
Lovely. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to Forever Boks. For today's Rassie Report, which we do on Wednesdays here on Forever Boks when the Boks are playing. And I thought actually going into this weekend would be quite a cool idea to literally do a Rassie Report and do a bit of a report card about where the season is, what's still to come. We basically had like kind of our prelims, haven't we? An incoming series. And we've now got in fact, maybe almost like the mini prelims. If your staff can kind of understand how it works with regards to sort of your matric, you almost have mock exams before your sort of big exams, before your final exams type of thing. So we've kind of had like our mock exams, like some of them will know what that means, or your mini prelims, the likes of that. Because you've had an incoming series, which wasn't the strongest opponents, and we then had 2 matches against Australia, who are good, but not within the top 4 best in the world. And we're about to go into the big ones before then, basically like November being the finals, inverted commas. Although arguably this weekend is the biggest game of the week, and next weekend, as big. But I thought it would be an interesting sort of thing to kind of look at almost performance by performance. What were the good things? What were the bad things? Where sort of we standing? And kind of as a season, what is the complexion looking like? And what would then turn into a good season? At the moment, I think it's been a good season. I think it's been a solid season. Not been a great season, and when I sort of go look at the individual matches, you kind of see where I get, and it was quite a fun exercise to do actually, because it literally gave me an average with regards to where we are in the season. Before we look at it, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, here we go. This is my report card for Mr. Johan Rassie Erasmus, the Springboks head coach, and this is your 3rd of September report card after the first 6 matches of the year. Let's go through it, shall we? So Barbarians in Cape Town. Look, it's a Barbarian side that played away from home. Not that it makes much of a difference for them, but it's always difficult for teams to go play away from home like a Springboks. Playing in Cape Town gave them a big advantage. It was a reasonably good away side on paper, but it wasn't a phenomenal side. Having said that, the Boks just looked so good, didn't they? They didn't really get out of second gear. They put points on points on points on them, and it was very comfortable. In the end, if you're going to be brutally honest. And what I put in the notes, I said it was not only dominant, but also we saw some new faces. You know, we saw a couple of new guys getting involved, a couple of the older guys who haven't maybe been as involved in the last few years, like Alua Diaga getting involved. It was kind of the perfect preseason match. A lot of people are saying they would have liked to have seen more fight from the Barbarians, and I kind of agree with that to a point, but you're also only allowed to play as you also only play as well as you're allowed to play, is what I meant to say. And that is a case where the Boks pitched up and played very well. So I gave it 85% for that performance, given, you know, some of the context of the fact, first game of the season, for example, some new faces, a couple of new things on display, also really bad conditions as well. And we still look very, very comfortable. We then had Italy a week later, and whilst we did win 42 points, 24, not our best performance and a really poor second half performance. And maybe that was when there were some ominous signs, maybe a couple of red flags sort of being raised with regards to the Boks impact in the second half, or the lack thereof really in the second half. The bomb squad wasn't really firing in the way that we'd like it to, and we weren't seeing a big impact from the bench, and we saw Italy come back in that second half. So in my notes, they were comfortable but complacent because we got ahead and we were never going to lose that match, but we didn't dominate it in the way that we maybe should, and the way we did a week later. Now, down in Gqeberha, it's difficult to give much less than 90%. I mean, you go there, you beat them 45-0, you keep a side scoreless. We had a couple of new combinations, very new-look team, had a couple of debuts. We had, you know, Caden Moody at 13, for example. Ed van der Merwe scoring tries for fun. Regardless of what you think about Italy, they are still, in theory, a Tier 1 nation. So anytime you beat a Tier 1 nation 45-0, after so many changes, it's a great performance at the end of the day. You know, it was a much better performance from Loftus. We didn't take our foot off the pedal. We saw a bit of an impact in the second half, and we scored some really, really good innovative tries. We tried new things, and I think that was, so basically definitely our best performance of the season so far. So I've given them a 90% there. We then went to Georgia, and we beat Georgia quite comfortably, 55 points to 10. I'll give them 70 because Georgia aren't quite a Tier 1 nation yet. Yes, they've got some good players. Yes, there's physicality there. It was a very dominant win, but against a side like Georgia, I think the scoreboard doesn't quite reflect how close the game actually was. I think that we scored a lot of tries towards the end, which maybe sort of makes the scoreline look a lot more favorable. I think that Georgia gave us a much sterner test than we expected. And I just thought at the same time, we weren't playing particularly well. We just weren't quite gelling. We were trying new things, but pass weren't going to hand, for example. We weren't making the right decisions. We just weren't quite at the races like we usually are and like we needed to be. And I think that was then reflective in almost overcompensating at Ellis Park. We have given a 40%. It is a fail. If you lose, it's a fail, generally. I think that's fair, isn't it? I mean, at the end of the day, we're in the business of winning, so if you don't win, then it's a failure. The only reason it's 40% is because those first 20 minutes were so good. And we know we keep saying we can't forget those first 20 minutes because we looked absolutely $1 million of a team in those first 20 minutes where Australia couldn't cope. And then we capitulated, you know, then we just completely fell apart. And that was very worrying in the manner in which it happened. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. Ladies and gentlemen, are we ready? How are we feeling? It is kickoff in less than 50 minutes. The All Blacks versus South Africa at Eden Park. Goodness me, we're in for a biggie. We're in for an absolute epic encounter. We've just seen an epic encounter. The Wallabies scoring in the 86th minute to beat Argentina. I mean, that is the stuff the dreams are made of. And full credit to the Wallabies for backing themselves. You know, they could have very easily taken the points at the end, taken the draw, and said, right, well, we'll take it and we'll move on. They didn't. They backed themselves, and they got the job done. It was actually epic, to be fair. It was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. But now, people, now it is the main course. All Blacks versus South Africa. And good, I don't actually know how I'm feeling about this. People, I need to get your score predictions in the comments. I need to know where you are watching from. Let me know down in the comments below. Let me know how we're feeling. And let's start voting in the poll. Let me know who you're supporting. Over 3,000 votes. 78% of the people supporting the Boks. And a couple of things. First of all, if you would like to feature on the Coach's Corner there, as you can see in the bottom there, Rusty's Coach's Corner, please feel free to send a super chat. You will be featured there. And if you would like your name on the back of a Boks jersey, like you can see on the right-hand side, please do consider becoming a member. And that is the link in the comment. And then at the moment, we're trying to get some more of these lights. Little addition. And guess what? Check how cool this is. What we're going to do is, because now we're going to change games, we're going to go into work. Green mode. Come on! So, yeah, we're looking to try and get a couple of these to add to the studio and make your visual thing look better. So if we can get 10 super chats today, hopefully we can get some additional ones. But, yeah, please do consider sending a super chat. Please do consider becoming a member so that you guys can continue supercharging our match coverage, which is brought to you every weekend for all Bokke games, as always, here on Forever Sports. Let's get some score predictions in, people. What are we thinking? How are we feeling about this game? You know, because after what I just watched, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to go. I might have to go open a beer, you know, just to get things going and just to sort of calm my nerves a little bit, because it's been so hectic. But a couple of early predictions, people. I want to get them into the comments over there. Jerry says, I'm from Bloem. I'm 16. I love the Bokke. Jan Peterson going with 20 points to 28. And I'm hoping that's 20 points to 28 to the Boks, because we can't be predicting All Blacks winners, can we? And David says, I'm watching on a train from Madrid to Murcia. Go Boks. Well, that's what we like to see. Let's do a bit of a check-in, people. Where are we watching? Where are we watching from around the world? Where are we, I like to play a thing called Worldwide Bingo, basically, where we try and do a check-in and see where everybody's watching from around the world. And we try and sort of tick off the different continents. And usually we can tick off pretty much every continent, bar Antarctica, which we'll get there one day. One day we'll have a viewer from there. But Janine Peterson has gone with Bokke 25, All Blacks 12. So the Petersons getting involved. No idea if there's actually any relation. I'm assuming not, but it is quite funny that the first two predictions we've gotten have both come from Peters. People, very interesting calls from Rusty Rasmus. We're going to have a look at them at the Bokke team right now. After that, we've got not long to go before we've got the national anthems, and then we will have kickoff. So people, whilst you look, check out the team, score predictions, get them in the comments. Get your super chats in. Get your members in as well. Jesse Crill's about to lead out the side. Let's have a look at the team that Jesse Krill is leading out. That in itself, quite an interesting vibe. But before we got national anthems, let's have a look at the team itself. Right, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. National anthem's done. We have kickoff in just a few seconds. The All Blacks currently performing the haka over at Eden Park. A big shout out to Chad Dion, the latest member of the Forever Sports Members Club. Welcome to the club. Everybody, welcome to the stream. Are we ready for what is going to be, I think, an absolute all-timer? An all-timer is coming up here, people. It is going to be next level. I genuinely think that we could be in for one of the all-time great matches here. There's just so much into this game. Two teams not settled. To be perfectly honest, two teams with questions about the form, questions about the team selections, how do they do it? You know, and there's so much going into this. First time opportunity for a win, for a first time win in 80 years for the Boks. The first time they've played each other here. I think it's about 14 years, 11 years, I think it is. There's so much going into this game. The team selections, the pressure on the coaches, the venue, the history, the world rankings, the rugby championship currently completely open. The Wallabies actually ahead of both of these teams. Ardie Severe's 100th game. I mean, you couldn't add more to this game if you wanted to. If you wanted to, you tried. You could not add more to this game. The man in the middle, Carl Dixon. He'll be assisted by Nika Amashikili and Jordan Way. Brett Conan on the TMO. And Eric Gosens in the TMO bunker, as they call it. And Stephen Kotz is saying, Stephen from Taiwan, appreciate your live comments. Thank you. Go get some bokke. Let's get this going, people. Let's start a bit of a subscribe train here on the road to 95,000 subscribers, on the road to 100,000 subscribers. All Blacks are undefeated in 50 consecutive games at Eden Park. The Springboks last won in 1937. 87 years, 11 months, and 13 days. World Player of the Year. Back in the mix in Peter Steph the Toy. Let's go, boy. What are the score predictions? I saw a couple of predictions earlier. How are we feeling, people? Over 5,000 votes on the poll. 79% of us all Bok fans in these comment sections. And we are getting ready for kickoff. Vinny LaRue, big selection call from the coaching staff. Finley Christie getting, I think that's actually his first start against the Springboks. Doesn't often start for the All Blacks. Gets an opportunity today. Also, big welcome to Joanne van Straden. And Joanne Straden, who's our latest member of the Forever Sports members team. We are underway. Andre Pollard goes to the left-hand side. And underneath it is the first touch for Tupou Vai. Eben Etzebeth and Kenny Moody on the other side getting involved. Ball available for Finley Christie. It's a nice solid start that from the All Blacks. Good chase though from the Boks. And after all the months and a bit of pressure on for Finley Christie, does get the kick away. Will not find touch though. Early touch of Billy LaRue. Billy LaRue wants to go self. And ball available for Grant Williams. Quick ball here to Marco van Staden. Puts his heads down. Gets away from Wonders Marco van Staden. Brought down by Geordie Barrett. Pollard wants options. Leaves the ball behind. Knock on advantage from the Boks. Kicking in behind from Billy Proctor. Having to go back is Cheslin Colby as well as Billy LaRue. Cheslin Colby will win the race. Under pressure from Will Jordan. Has to get the kick away. Will find touch. That's really good work from the All Blacks. A lot of pressure early on here from the Boks. He did very well to get back to Cheslin Colby, but under a lot of pressure, gets the line up on the 22 meters, and it'll be a very good opportunity here from the All Blacks to attack early on from a set piece. Joel earlier saying, come on, boys, you've got this. Gillian Mills saying, go All Blacks. So we've got a couple of All Blacks fans here, as well as a couple of Bok fans. Let me know what your score predictions are. Let me know what you're thinking. Good All Black line there. Ardie Severe goes to Finley Christie. Finley Christie goes to Bowden Barrett. Bowden Barrett looking for the cross kick. Villiers having to get across here. Well taken. And he actually gets underneath. No, shows them goes. And the All Blacks over in the corner. That's an absolute disaster of a start. After all the training in the week, after all the plans, and that's just completely cocked it all up. Imoni Narawa, just his fourth test match, gets the early try. Oh, goodness me. What a disaster. The cross kick was pinpoint. Villiers LaRue was getting across. He actually dived underneath Villiers LaRue. I mean, how fortuitous is that? Then shows and goes, Cheslin Colby's got to commit to the tackle. There's a man, Kenny Moody's inside. You've got to commit for the tackle. Just go for it. If he comes back inside you, if he pops the ball back inside, that's not on you. But Cheslin Colby, I think, had to go for the tackle. He had to make the hit. Well, they'll have to come from behind now, will the Boks. 5-0 within the first 3 minutes. Geordie Barrett actually kicking duties here. And makes no mistake. 7 points to 0. Right, well, work to do now. Work to do. Right, restart once again. And this time going central. Geordie Barrett calls for it, and he's going to take it straight to touch. It's a huge touch final from Geordie Barrett, and Villaroo deciding not to take it quickly. It's a huge kick over. I mean, it's all the way back inside our own half here. I don't know what we're looking at the try. I don't know what we're looking at here. And now the rain does fall. This is going to be a very big part, and that's why it's so important for New Zealand to get that early try, because the conditions are absolutely horrible over at Eden Park. Malcolm Marks, and they've won the line. Well, actually, they've knocked backwards. Peter Steph Toy comes away with it. We've been worrying about the lineouts, and it was a very sketchy line at that from the Boks. Haven't settled into the game well, but plenty of time still on the clock here. I mean, we're only 4 minutes in. Grant Williams goes to the boot. I think it was actually touched. Even Etsebeth leads the charge. Comes into the hands of Tupou Vai. Ball available now. Back Finley Christie. He's going to go to the boot here. Oh, the weather's absolutely awful. Christie goes to the boot. Andre Pollard underneath it. Andre Pollard knocks backwards from All Blacks. And Malcolm Verstaden's over. Now the ball comes away to Andre Pollard comes away with it somehow. Ball available there for Grant Williams. Goes to Oxen Chair, sporting a new haircut as Oxen Chair, or rather lack of hair. As the rain pelts down, Grant Williams taking his time. Now goes to the boot. Ruan O'Keefe will give chase. Kane Moody around there as well. Ball comes back with off a buck. Well, falls off a backhand apparently. Knock on advantage, says the referee. Artie Serbia takes it into contact. Finley Christie with the ball. Goes to the left-hand side. Ethan de Groot. Long pass off from Bowden Barrett. Will Jordan with a bit of space. Goes past the halfway line. Finley Christie, quick recycle to Bowden Barrett. Bowden Barrett looking for options. Long pass side wide. Have to scramble. Comes back inside. It does Billy Proctor. Finley Christie to the right-hand side. Big carry there coming from the big man. Tyrell Lomax. Good hands there from Tupou Vai. Phase play here from the All Blacks to the left-hand side. They've got numbers out wide, Joe. Good tackle there coming from Jesse Creel. Penalty advantage, though, for offside, says the ref. Big tackle there on Will Jordan. We go back for the penalty. Not a good start here. 5 minutes in. Seen a couple of penalties. Dodgy line out. This could be a long game if we're not going to sharpen up yet a little bit, boys. Well, he stayed down here as Artie Savia. Taking the points here are the All Blacks. This will be about a 50-meter odd kick here from Geordie Barrett. And it's just it's actually was the TT. Oh, no, he's done. Oh, sorry, it's Narawa, actually. So he runs it. He gets the hit into Andre Pollard. Oh, lands on his knee. Is his knee that's the issue? I think it's his knee that's the issue. He's back to his feet, but I think that's his game. Oh, it's actually his rib. Looks like it's his rib. I think it's actually when he collides with Andre Pollard. There's no ways he's carrying on here. Yep, Danny McKenzie on early. Will Jordan is destined to never play a game at 15. This is the third time we have seen Will Jordan start at 15 and within the first 10 minutes had to move on back onto the wing with Danny McKenzie coming back on. It's like it's fate. Right, it's a thumpy kick from Geordie Barrett. Needs to straighten, though. It will not straighten. It'll go down the right-hand side. So it misses that one. It was always going to be an ambitious one, but I can understand the thinking given the conditions are just so poor. 7-0 after 7 minutes. The Boks not started well here. Rassie Rasmus watching on. Analyst Lindsay Veyer next to him. Contestable, though, from the restart. I don't know if that's knocked on from Ruan O'Keefe or if that's knocked back from the All Blacks. Nothing from the referee so far. We might have missed it, to be fair. It was off screen. Wallace TT with his first carry of the afternoon, or the evening rather. And immediately going to go to the butcher are the All Blacks. Just missed his timing there at Eben Etzebeth. But high in the air, Villaroo's there. Comes backwards and penalty for the... Oh, there's no ways! They've won the penalty for obstruction. I'm telling you right, go back and watch this, and he milks the shit out of this. So penalty for the All Blacks. Beauden Barrett will go to the corner here. Two penalties conceded within the first 10 minutes. Let's have another look at this. Ah, please. Peter Step Detroy penalised for changing his line. I mean, he doesn't run into the player. He's just running across to where the ball is. Well, they've lost it forward from the line there. And Grant Williams will kick this downfield and give chase. Grant Williams, plenty of pace. It's a phenomenal kick, though. Phenomenal kick. Put them past the 10-meter line. That's what I like to see, Grant. Bit of initiative here, boys. The conditions here are horrible. We need to get some scrums going. That's what we need. Straight down. The timing wrong. Goes forward from Tupo Vi. Grant Williams comes away with it. Hammers it downfield. I take it quickly over to the All Blacks. Ball it there. And what is the TT can't hold on? Surely that's forwards. Backwards is the referee. Under a bit of pressure. There goes Jordy Barrett. Back into the 22. Kanan Moody almost fumbles it forward. Now Kanan Moody's going to run. Come on, Kanan! Nice carry there from Kanan Moody. Past the 10-meter line. Grant Williams. Etzebeth. Ball over the top to Sekalisi. Holds onto the ball. Ball available for Grant Williams. Oxen Chair now. Reteka Baditwe takes it in. Grant Williams to the right-hand side. Looking for options. Goes to nobody. And SQ has to go back and dive on it. The wet ball already becoming a really difficult one to contest with. Ball is available, though. Good scrambling that from the box, but they're back within our own half. Grant Williams, slow ball here. Looking for options. Malcolm Marks presents himself. Ball available. Now we're going to go see Grant Williams go to the boot. Does go to the boot. It's been charged down, I think. So I think it'll be a Bokke line out. Needs to be careful. That's the second time that ball's been touched when he's gone to the boot as Grant Williams. Take your time. Get some blockers in. That's what he needs to do. Thank you so much, Stanley Jones. First super chat of the evening. Appreciate your work. Yeah, we're just trying to find money to get another one of these things. They're quite cool. Trying to busy build our studio, make sure it's as visually appealing as possible. Like Malcolm Marks with ball in hand. Throws it straight to Tupo Vi. Our lineouts have been absolutely atrocious. I mean, he just basically just panicked and just threw it straight into the hands. I mean, it's pathetic, guys. It's absolutely pathetic. Thankfully, it's wet and the ball's being knocked on by the All Blacks. Damien Delendi will clean up. Damien Delendi fighting hard. The right player in this kind of conditions, Damien Delendi. Loves the coach corner. 100 power, puts a grabber in between and might just set up for Kanan Moody. Hammers it against Damien McKenzie. There should be a Bokke lineout. 10 offside for the All Blacks. Will be a penalty for the Boks. Go to the corner. But get the lineout right here, people. Right, Pollard will go to the corner here. Needs to find touch. Does find touch. By the 22 odd. Come, boys. Come, boys. So, just trying to see a Beauden Barrett there is offside. There was a good kick there from Mondre Pollard. Just didn't ever really stood up for Kanan Moody. He then thumped it against the chest of Damien McKenzie. It would have been a Bokke lineout. On the 22. Literally on the 22. The Boks average points per visit is 3.4. 28 tries scored. And 54 things. That's a much better lineout. Grant Williams looking for options. Goes straight to Damien Delendi. Puts his head down. Good first phase there from the Boks. And there's the lineout. And they've knocked it on. Well, that's very interestingly done. So the All Blacks have done the analysis. And as soon as he went up, they went through and they've knocked the ball down. And this is what I've been waiting for. Seeing how are the teams going to try and stop this, for example. They read it very, very well. As soon as they went up, they went over and ripped the ball down. The same time now, you'll see the Boks will now do the feign. Because they went up quickly to try and get in behind and stop that from coming down and stop them more, which you're allowed to do. But now, if you feign and they go quickly, bang, offside penalty. This is going to be such an interesting watch. This is going to be so tactical. Like, all the different parts is going to play into it. The analysis, the when do you do what? First scrum of the day here, for example. This is a big moment. It's gone straight down. We're gonna have a reset here. Fletcher Newell, I think that Oxenchair is going to do a job in Fletcher Newell. I really do. I think if Thomas Totoy can just anchor against Ethan de Groot, I think that Thomas can give Fletcher a proper go. Come on, boys. Big scrum here. Big scrum here, lads. There it is. Big scrum coming from the box. Ethan de Groot's got a decent move there, but the ball's available eventually. Or somewhere. I think Grant Williams is all over that ball. I think he's holding him up, actually. Told to release it. Not entirely sure why. Very, very messy. We couldn't actually really see what happened. Grant Williams is on him quickly, though. Ball available. Tupo Vai will fill in that scrum off. Finley Christie somewhere at the bottom of that ruck. That's not a bad first scrum, though, from the box. They'll take a lot of confidence from that. Finley Christie now will go to the boot. Right up against the touchline. We'll go to touch. Is that carried back, or is that they were inside the 22? So it'll be a line out just past the 10-meter line. Much better field territory this year for the Boks. We don't mind playing here. This is where we want to be. But we've got to get our line outs right here. Got to make sure we get our line out right. Much better take that from Bruno Kia. Good work there. New Zealand do compete, but looking for the rolling more of the box. Not getting much ascendancy right now. Ibn Etzebeth controlling at the back, which is quite interesting. Malcolm Marks has immediately gone and joined the back line. Now getting a bit of a shake and shove here. A couple of players that come through the middle. Are they going to be able to get this ball out is the question. Ball's gone down. Ball is available. Ball's been turned over. Boys, can we wake up? Rassie Erasmus absolutely fuming in the coaching box. Simon Parker, an interesting player. Just a second game in an All Blacks jersey. Gets through the middle. We've got to be more aware to this. We have to be more aware to this. Look, in fairness, the Bok players are not happy. They're saying that they're coming around the side. Simon Parker gets up with the ball. We've got to be a bit more aware to this, people. We've got to play the referee here. Okay, come, big scrum here, lads. We got to get that first scrum penalty. You get a couple of early scrum penalties, you establish that dominance, you suddenly get those calls moving forward. Gone down once again on the pitch on your side. Pick up and go from Wallace to TT. Grant Williams gets the nice quickly. Markham is starting immediately over that ball, though. Not rewarded from the referee. Ball available for Finley Christie. He's touched it. Oh, I'll tell you what. Eben will have a chat with the referee about that. Knock backwards from the All Blacks and then knock forward. First box scrum. Kenny Moody chips over the top. So no advantage, says the referee. And it's going to be a 50-22. You got to be fucking kidding me. Kanan, what are you doing? We had a scrum advantage. If you had just taken that, we would have gone... Not to be... I mean, having said that, there is an opportunity, if there's no clear advantage, to go back for the knock-on. But because he kicked it, it's a knock-on advantage, and now we're back in our own 22 with a line for the All Blacks. You're a team that loves to scrum. Ball over the top from Wallace T. Ball inside ball to Will Jordan. Will Jordan gets through. Oh, you know what? Pack up and go home. Pack up and go home if you're going to defend like that. Missed tackles, bad decisions. And that is all because Kanan Moody decided to kick. It would have been a scrum at the halfway line, and now the All Blacks 2 tries ahead. Terrible tackle that attempt from, I think it's Malcolm Marks. He tries to make it. Yeah. Slips the tackle from Will Jordan. Over we go. The worst possible start here from the Boks. They're not even in the game here. Absolutely atrocious. It's just, I mean, it's an individual error. Individual error is tackle straight through. Easy as you like. Deep this time with a restart. Got to score next if we have a chance yet. And that's come off the side of the boot there, I think, of Geordie Barrett. There's no ways it's past 22. There's absolutely no ways. He's complaining. I don't see how that's even as far as that. To the front, to Eben Etzebeth. Available to Grant Williams. Flat to Damien Dale-Lindy. Quick from Grant Williams. Malcolm Staden coming around the corner. Nice carry from him. Khaleesi now. That's it. That's better. A bit of impetus. Now Pierce left the toy. It's from the side ref. Grant Williams. Then he puts the rubber in behind. Lots of traffic for Creel to get through. Barrett caught on the ball. Turnover possession, yep. Finley Christie now shaping for the kick. Not a great clearance from them. We'll go back to basically exactly where we were, just outside the 22 here. Got to score next to the Boks. Have to score next. But this is what the experience is there for. Is to know that you're going to have this kind of start. And you've now got to be able to weather some of the points, weather the storm, get into this game. We need scrums. This is why I cannot believe that decision from Kane Murray to kick. We had a scrum advantage. All you had to do was hold on to it. We would have gone back to the halfway line, take the scrum, could have won a penalty, go to the back line, that much better line at that. He's offside. There is Wallace Atiti, knock on advantage from the Boks. Offside line just doesn't apply to the All Blacks at the moment. Grant Williams goes to the back. Still knock on advantage. We'll go back for the advantage. Right, let's scrum, boys. Let's scrum. That's Erasmus Park. Yeah, he looks like a man who's ready to start slapping people. Scott Robertson looking like the more calmer of the two. He's a very nervous watcher, Scott Robertson. Always has been. Right, look, plenty of rugby to play. Still got an hour to go. Got to make sure we... Etzebeth's going off here. Oh, that's a bit of a disaster. Or is he going off? No, he's going back. Dwayne Vermeulen on there. He'll be barking a lot of instructions, yeah. Nemo's capped Bok player of all time. 136 caps for Eben Etzebeth. First scrum of the day. Dwayne Vermeulen barking out a few instructions. The main thing will be here is to just remain calm. Remain calm. Let's get into the business here, boys. Let's get into the business. Let's start the scrums. Let's start finding a foothold in this game. Scrum, penalty, corner. Even if it's scrum, penalty, take the 3 points. But let's lay down that marker. This scrum is huge. Absolutely huge. Thank you so much, Marine Realty, for the donation. Really appreciate it. Thanks so much for everybody who's become a member as well. Really appreciate all the support here, people. Really helps us continue going. As I said, we're trying to get more of these lights. Man, make this night and interactive. We can make them more like flash when we score tries. When we do a Bok trial, even try it. Penalty advantage at the scrum time. This is what we're talking about. Tia Khaleesi picks up and goes. Pops up to Grant Williams. Fires it to Jesse Creel in the midfield. Bit of a gap for Grant Williams. Almost through. No advantage. Back to the scrum. And a penalty. Thank you very much. Right, first scrum penalty. That's what we want. No, you did agree. You can shake your hand all you want. You got dominant, Chief, and Lux. Now's the decision time. Polls is the call. Jesse Creel points to the polls. And we are just in a game of natural attrition is the Bokke game plan. Yeah, natural attrition. Scrum, penalty, take the 3 points there. Such horrible conditions. But that's how, and the problem is that's not a bad way. The problem is we gave them a free try earlier, an absolute free try. If this was 7 points to 0, 7 points to 3, you're now thinking, cool, comfortable, we're in this. But again, lots of rugby to play. We're going to take the 3 points here, get things going. This is what Andre Pollard does. Less than 100 points to become South Africa's all-time most test points. And that's no issue. I mean, that couldn't be. That's literally gone over. There's a little black mark on the middle of the pole, and literally went straight over there. That's how dead straight that is. On the board, let's go. 14 points to 3. 22 minutes played. A lot of rugby to play here, boys. A lot of rugby to play. First kicker for the All Blacks. To the left-hand side goes Beauden Barrett. Knocked it back by Ibn Etzebeth. Jason Colby comes away with it. Runs into Ethan de Groot. Gets the ball available. Picked up by Damien Delendi, who then slips. And he still goes Damien Delendi. Rolls with the tackle of Fletcher Newell and gets back to his feet and goes again. Grant Williams goes to the boot. He's very offside there with Scott Barrett. Decided not to go for the... now, Etzebeth throws it back in. Finley Christie, however, comes away with it. No box there available for the tap back. Now Wallace Atiti has his legs chopped from underneath him. Good tackle there from Cheslin Colby. Sia Khaleesi hitting the ruck. Trying to cause a little bit of mayhem. Finley Christie now will just take his time before going to the boot. Pretty sure... great take that. Phenomenal take that from Andre Pollard. Grant Williams. Malcolm Marks now. Goes to the boot, yet as Grant Williams. Once again, the lock's chasing. Looks like Damien Delaney's up there. Jason Colby's, but while they've lost it forward there, surely that's a knock-on. Penalty for, thank you. Bit of consistency. Penalty for the obstruction. So penalty box, decision time now. Potentially could take the points. I think he's having the conversation. Let's go to the corner for now. Yeah, taking the points. I don't mind that. Take the points. Let's build some momentum. I mean, I think Cheslin Colby clearly had taken that out there. Grant Williams asking the question. The referee obliging. Geordie Barrett not happy with the call. But unlucks, Chief. I think we're quite clear. Right, come on. Andre Pollard, let's start knocking this lead off here. Come on, Andre. This is what you're there for, Chief. This is what you're there for. Needs to stop moving. Needs to straighten it. Does straighten eventually, but not enough. Just the left hand upright. Frustrating. Right decision. Frustrating. Thank you so much, Heather Cross. Another donation. Really appreciate it. As you can see, they go straight into the Rusty's Coaches Corner on the screen there. If you'd like to go and feature there, please do consider sending a super chat. If you'd like your name on the back of a Boks jersey, please do consider becoming a member as we try and fundraise for more of these lights and more things in the studio to try and make your guys' experience as good as possible. They go pretty short from the restart to the All Blacks. They knock it back, and Oli Salvia comes away with it, pops it up to Finley Christie. He goes to Barrett. No, it's actually McKenzie who sends this downfield. There is Billy LaRue, takes it quite cleanly. Sees a bit of space in that left-hand side. Look at that 50-22. Up against the touchline is Beauden Barrett, well placed. He looks to bring out that banana kick of his on the bounce to Andre Pollard. Pollard will send this high. In fact, no, what are you doing, Pollard? Shows himself. Thank you to Peter Steph. The toy is there on the halfway. Pick up and go. Still going. Good work there from Peter Steph. The toy. Grant Williams goes to Oxen Chair working hard on the tackle. Oxen Chair still going. Eventually brought down. Good work that from him. Ball's available. Grant Williams needs to get this ball out. Back to the pocket. Oh, Pollard slips. Conditions really, really poor at the moment. And Strailing, Thomas the Toy now, his first touch of the game. We really want a scrum penalty as Thomas Toy. Bit of pressure at the breakdown here. Yeah, eventually they managed to weather the storm. Grant Williams goes to the boot. High in the air. Katie Moody up to try and give chase. I think it comes forward off of Moody. No, nothing says the referee. Then McKenzie gets picked up by Eben Etzebeth and thrown down. I mean, not really much you could do, to be fair. He was already in. All he had to do was just drop him, really. Instead, he decided to go with the MMA slam down. To be fair, the referee basically said, yeah, I understand. Still have to penalize you. But Etzebeth was not going to lose the opportunity or miss the opportunity to just bang! Little RKO. I love how he literally does it, gets the penalty, and says to the ref, I don't have much choice to do that, to be honest. The ref's like, yeah, no, I understand, but still had to penalize you. To be fair, it's actually more pushed over by Simon Parker as well, which is kind of which starts the thing. I think that's what he gets away with. Is that there we go. Look here, rises like a salmon out of water and grabs the ball. Phenomenal stuff from him. Now Grant Williams goes to the boot. They're offside, ref. They're continuously offside. I mean, is the offside line arbitrary? Now he goes to the boot. This time gets it away. Caden Moody will lead the charge. Come on, Caden! Well, forward off of Will Jordan. Backwards. It's just an absolute shit show, to be honest. Everybody's just diving on the ball. Scrum time. Penalty. Corner. Let's go. Let's cook. Let's cook, Pierre boys. Come on. Come on, let's cook. I want to see Oxenchair running through Fletcher Newell. Running through him. That steal from the Nokia was absolutely sensational, by the way. Okay, we got a man down. I think it looks like Ruan Nokia is getting a little bit of attention. A bit of blood there, got a bit of a cut here. I mean, let's just jump straight in front. I said, clean thanks. I mean, we're South Africans. You give us a half an opportunity to steal something, we'll grip it. And we grip that line out. Almost half an hour ago. We need to try and score. We need to be within 4 or 5 at halftime. That's kind of my feeling. Within 4 and 5, I'm thinking, to be fair, since those 2 tries, we've actually had more of the possession and more of the sort of territory. I'm just so frustrated at that 7 points that if Kenny Moody had just kept hold of the ball, we would have taken the scrum. Look, anything could have happened, but we gifted them a line inside 22. They scored off the back of it. That's frustrating. Uncle Bet says, saying, Ruan is fixing the lineouts. Andrew Jake said, WTF is this? Footy Finn saying, great 85th minute win by the Wallabies. Yeah, no, look, it was proper. What a game. I mean, I've been up to top as 5, by the way. I've been going on like 4 hours of sleep. Been up for 4 hours. 72% tackle completion from South Africa. Not ideal. Not ideal. Sign over there says, we have the bomb squad. You have the excuses. Oh, dear. It's getting a bit ahead of ourselves here, boys. Come on, boys. Big scrum here. Big scrum. On the 5-meter line. Nice set. Nice set. Go straight down. Fletcher Newell's gone down again. Again. Oxenchair, go have a word with the AR because he's doing a job on him. Grant Williams to the left-hand side. Peter Steph the toy. Rides the hit of Cody Taylor and Ethan de Groot. Going to the boot chair is Grant Williams. Up it goes. It's well weighted. And it's backwards, but into the hands of Kanan Moody. Box of one. Grant Williams now going for himself. He's trying to go for the snipe, but slips because it's just so slippery out there. Peter at the toy now. Ball available for Grant Williams. Goes back to Andre Pollard. He goes to the boot. That's too far, but we need to make sure we contest. What part of we need to contest? If you're going to put an up and under into their 22, you've got to get there and put pressure on the player and make sure it can't be that easy for Damien McKenzie. It's a great take, by the way, from Damien. Taps it and goes to the boot. Don't think he's found Miles there. Actually, well, supposedly, I don't know why Velu keeps running back as if he's going to take it quickly. Such a good take from Damian McKenzie going back and looking at it. Goodness me. But again, too deep from Andre Pollard. So Boks inside our own half. Definitely the momentum has switched though. We're definitely feeling like we've got a bit of momentum here. Now I need to ride it. And start converting into points. To the back. They've started once again. Lions an absolute gamble at the moment for both sides. Long pass from Ollie Savia. They've got space out wide to the All Blacks. McKenzie has to straighten. Half tackle from Jesse Creel on Damian McKenzie. Pick up and go from Narawa. Mocker will start and says, no thank you. Right, Barrett. Good carry that coming from Simon Parker. Ball available for Finlay Christie. Jordy Barrett now. Ball available for Christie. McKenzie. Kenny moves up, come quickly. Bit of space. Charged down by Pollard just as well. A little chip and chase here from Artie Savia. What a filthy player Artie Savia. Just such a good skill set. Can do everything. So the line out for the All Blacks. Cody Taylor, by the way, is going to go off. He's nowhere. He's seeing stars at the moment as Cody Taylor. So here comes Samasoni Takawao, the man that deployed off the bench a few weeks ago. And scored 2 more tries to beat Argentina in that comeback. So there goes Cody Taylor. 101 tests for the All Blacks. What a player. Him and... well, there's actually been so many good hookers over the years. But he's been a very consistent player. And I think at one stage looked almost like his All Black career was sort of coming to an end. And then all of a sudden just found a whole different vein of form and put himself right back in the mix. And now he's the very clear first choice. So that front foot ball there for Burden Barrett. Pops short to Artie Savia in the midfield. Andre Pollard completing the tackle. Ball available for Christie. Decides to go to the right-hand side. Simon Parker seeing half a gap. Closed by Eben Etzebeth and Grant Williams. Still going on the right-hand side. Big tackle coming from Burden Barrett. Smashed and driven backwards by Moody and Ruan Nokia. The ball over the top. This time Malcolm Marks taking exception to Will Jordan. Big kind of rack coming from Thomas Dutoy. Under a bit of pressure there from Finlay Christie. Fletcher Newell now. Going through the phase. Giving a bit tighter here are the All Blacks. Artie Savia now. Marks fighting for that ball. Big counter coming from Malcolm Marks. Good physicality at the rucks here. Definitely trying to disrupt a few things here are the Boks. Not much happening. So Finlay Christie shaping up for the box kick here. Just outside. It's well weighted but lost forward. Kenny Moody on the ball there. So the knock-on advantage for the Boks. Peter Steph the toy. Solid carry from him. Ball available at the back here. But here comes the counter-attack. No advantage, says the referee. Will go back for the scrum. We've seen big counter-attacks coming from both sides, by the way. Every single ruck is a contest. There's the bench from the Boks. How important are they going to be today? The likes of Ethan Hooker, Loert Diaga, Jan Hendrik Wessels, Wilco Low, Sacha Famagomazulu. Could see him at 15 later, would be my guess. It's a big tackle that coming on Burden Barrett. Right, on the 22 here, 54% possession for the Boks. As I said, we've actually churned the momentum since those 2 tries, but only 3 points to speak from it so far. There's the scrum, though. There's the scrum. There's the advantage. Grant Williams caught on by Finlay Christie, but we can just go take the penalty. Thank you. Walk. Away. Take your L. Best scrum in the world for a reason. I'll take your L and walk. We need more of those. Grant Williams now with a blood nose. I'll tell you what, Dr. Mapani's been flipping full of work so far today. Right, Pollard needs to kick us downfield. Find some territory. Just short of the halfway line there. Oxenchair dusting. dusting. I told you, Oxenchair's going to run through Fletcher Neal. Absolutely no issue whatsoever. And then as Mark Stoney is making it in the second half, what happens? What happens in that second half? Volko Low comes on. They'll be coming around the mountain, Malcolm. That Volko Low's got one of the coolest chants. You just go check it out. I think it's about the Harlequins chant for him. It is phenomenal. It is one of the best things I've ever heard. People, we've got over 4,000 people watching. Please do subscribe. Stats actually show that about 80% of you, and even as high as 85% of you, aren't subscribed. If that percentage is true, and you guys click the subscribe right now, we could actually get to 95,000 subscribers within a few minutes. So if you're not subscribed, go and subscribe. It costs you nothing. It costs you absolutely nothing. Same with the likes. 4,000 people, 300 likes. Let's get it to over 500 likes. Malcolm Marks goes to the back. Peter Steph the toy takes a much better line this time. Looking for the rolling Moya on the halfway line. Malcolm Marks has the ball. Once is the call. We're going to look to use it, chap. Got to be cautious a bit, chap. Ball's available there for Grant Williams. Now a bit of a front foot ball. Takes it though. Goes to the boots. Lifts it high. Penalty advantage from the box. And this will be where it lands. Thank you. Go right there. It's actually at the maul itself. Right, penalty on the halfway line. Go to the corner here, people. Go to the corner. We're slowly starting to just turn the tide a little bit here. Gain a bit of momentum. But yeah, let's get in a bit of a substrate. Like, I can literally even watch it here as it goes up. And it's 93,336. Like, literally, we can get to 94,000 if 700 of you guys subscribe. Which I don't think is a massive ask, to be honest. You know, you got to click a little button. Same with the likes. Click a little button. Because we're about to cook in this 22 here. Malcolm Marks just getting the instruction from Grant Williams. Bit of a delay here at the line. I'm not entirely sure for what. Ball from the top. Grant Williams fumbles it backwards, I think, from the referee. Can't hold on to it. Come on, Grant. Set move there. Straight through the hands. So frustrating. So frustrating. So frustrating. Well, scrum. I don't mind a scrum in fairness. 7 handing errors from the All Blacks, 4 from the Boks. 5 turnovers conceded, 8. I mean, to be fair, those... Ironically, the stats have actually switched. And all of a sudden, we've actually made fewer errors and conceded fewer penalties. But where's the points to show from it? Look, that's what the All Blacks do so well. The All Blacks will be in a position where they've not got the right stats. They've not got the same sort of... They've got far bigger error rate. They also got more points because they're so... penalty before it comes in here. For what? On the knee. Oxen chair. Nah, there's no chance. I don't believe it. Let's keep the sub-training going, people. Almost up to 93,400. As I said, we can get to 94,000 easily here. Same as the likes. We're almost up to 500 already because you people are the goats. Braden Barrett on his best kick in the world. And I don't know why we look at Thomas Toy. It's apparently Oxen chair. You can see, you've got to look at the other angle. I wish broadcast would be a bit more in tune with what's going on because we need to see the other angle. We need to see Fletcher Newell's angle. Vi, out to Barrett. Geordie in the midfield. Solid carry from him. Christie now. Proctor, long pass out wide. Jason Colby's going to have to scramble. Comes back inside as Rico. I think that's the first time Rico Wines touched the ball. Short. Leading the group makes a good line. Ball available. Christie goes to Tupo Vai. Tupo Vai almost through. Ball back to Christie. Christie to nobody. Up quickly as Peter Steph the toy and Jesse Creel on Wallace Atiti. Good reactions there from the boys. Now having to just slow things down here is Finley Christie. Looks to his left. There's nobody there. Will you go to the right? Bowden Barrett goes out wide. Geordie Barrett now will put the thumping kick in downfield. Underneath it is Andre Pollard. He's going to lift this to the air. Billy LaRue will give chase here. It's swirling in the night sky there. And it comes backwards off of the All Blacks into the hands of Bowden Barrett. He puts the kick in behind. Straight into the hands of Pollard. Pollard sees a bit of space in there. If he can land this nicely, it should be fit. Oh, phenomenal. Phenomenal. Andre Pollard. Come on. That is a pin-perfect 50-22. Into the 22 we go. With the down, you can see Pollard getting a little bit on there. There we go. I mean, that bounces. Oh, my good. You could not You could not pinpoint it more. I think it was probably about a grass length away from being out in the full. Now we're inside the 22. Boys, there's no point having this kind of pressure if we don't convert to points. Last minute of the half. No, come on, ref. They're pushing in the line out. Free kick my ass. And you can see there, we wanted to take the line out there, and there was a push and a reset. And then we asked the question, we got a free kick against us. And there's the hooter. But we still want to play here. Pollard goes to the air. It's too deep. It's too deep. Lilu's not going to get that. I'm pretty sure they'll just kick this out. Well, oh, he's lost it. Bit of pressure on Daniel McKenzie. Pressure on Maxia Khaleesi wants to have it. Come on, boys. A little penalty here will do nicely. Because the All Blacks will just put this out if they can recycle it, and they can. Half time. That's so frustrating. Because for 25 minutes, you'll probably leave the better side, to be honest. But no points to show from it. Right, well, plenty of rugby to play. That is the main thing, people. Plenty of rugby to play. So we'll see you guys in the second half. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel, and I'll see you in a bit. Right, half time at Eden Park, and not the game that we would have liked so far from a Bok fan point of view. Very, very frustrating. And I think the most frustrating part is for the second part of that first half, we were probably the better side and actually had opportunities, plenty of opportunities to score points and to really have a go and put pressure back on them. And that's why it's so frustrating that we're 14 points 3 down. If we were 14 points 10 down, I felt that would have been pretty reflective of the game. We donated them basically 7 points. And but we're starting to find a foothold in the game. And a big thing, I think, will be that the bench. And, the All Blacks got a very good front row coming off the bench. But that is a place we are getting success. We just recently had a scrum penalty. But we've won 3 scrum penalties, I think, from our own own scrum, and that's a big thing. Just earlier, big shout out to Lynette Wolfart for the super chat. Thank you to everybody who has donated so far and consider becoming a member. Again, if you become a member, you get a little cool little animation of a little Bok jersey on the screen. So yeah, please do consider doing that. And we'll look at a couple of stats at halftime. So you can look and see at the points flow chart there. That early try was frustrating. Again, yeah, roll of the dice. I mean, he has to dive onto it, doesn't Narawa? And in diving, so he actually dives under the legs of Willie LaRue. And after that, shows and goes. Cheslin Colby has to make the hit. He has to make the decision. He has to back his inside boy. He has to make that hit. Doesn't do it. Second try, again, frustrating because Kane Moody, we have a knock-on advantage. Kane Moody kicks downfield, advantage over 50-22, back in our own half, and they score off the back of the line. A really poor missed tackle from Malcolm Marks. So individual errors killing us at the moment. Very, very much killing us at the moment. But again, if we're going to look at some of the stats over here, not all doom and gloom, to be perfectly honest. Just the 3 points off the boot, but had so many opportunities. But we'll look at exactly where things are going. So first of all, no points scored by 22 entries compared to New Zealand's 4.6. I mean, that's incredibly high. They're not played a lot of, we look at the territory and the possessions and the likes of that. They're not played a lot of rugby inside our half. Quicker ruck speed is expected, but both of the teams, to be fair, relatively slow given the fact that the conditions are so terrible. Very different attack profiles at the moment. I mean, you look over here, 20-minute entries a piece. We actually haven't scored anything yet. Fewer carries, similar amount of kicks. That's always going to be quite similar. Similar amount of post-contact meters, despite the fact that we do have fewer carries. So we are carrying probably per meter or per carry slightly more. This is a big thing for us. Our defense, when we've made the tackles, have been very good. Dominant tackles. We really do lead the way when it comes to dominant tackles. Already 3. You know, this is something that we're doing. We're having almost like an average of 80% more dominant tackles than other teams around the world. I'll try and line this here. And that's an interesting stat. So if we look at then the tackle offload allowed for, we do generally allow them to do because we go for the bigger hit. The 12 tackles missed is a very frustrating stat. So that's kind of how the game's played out at the moment. But if we look at some of the stats, there's obviously a big gaping red flag. And that is this right over here. The lineup percentage for us is 70%. Look, he's lost 71%. So it's not like they're dominating the lineouts and we're struggling, but both teams struggling. But this is unacceptable because we've had some key lineouts and free kicks, for example, given away as well from lineouts. And even our restarts have not been good enough. Scrum-wise, and our own ball has been perfect. We've been pretty faultless. And we need to have more... we need to have more scrums to really try and make that advantage count. So it's a frustrating situation at the moment, but hopefully we've got a way back in the game. That's the thing. The template's there. It's fix the lineouts, improve the scrums. Because if we look at you know, like the penalties, for example, New Zealand have been worse from a penalties point of view. You know, we are getting into the game. Now, you look at the possession, for example, and territory. Only towards the last few minutes when the All Blacks had that time was when they got a bit more possession. And you can see in the last 10 minutes up to 64%. But generally, we had more possession and we had more territory for most of the game. We still had 55%. So the template's there. We're in the right areas. We've got parts of the game that we are getting right, like the scrum. So you've got to then try and find how do we scrum. You've got to put that ball up in the air. You've got to contest those up and unders, and you've got to make sure that we can continue finding those scrums and having a go, because that's where we're falling short. We're not finding enough opportunities to scrum. Because when we do scrum, we're putting pressure on them. I mean, I think Oxenchair was. I mean, we actually didn't even see the replay of that last penalty before that. But we had scrum penalties on all of the 3 of our last put-ins. You know, so that is our big strength. What for me is a worry is how strong that scrum will be in the second half. You know, when Jan Henry Vessels comes in, when Bowen Venter comes on, when Wilkelo comes on, will we still be able to have that scrum dominance? Will we still be able to find those penalties? The frustrating part as well is obviously Andre Pollard missing that 3 points. I mean, it's 14 points to 6 is a different game because you score a try and you're 1 point behind. Now we score a try, we're still 4 points behind. You know, we're not even within kickable range, really. So needing to find more opportunities, I think. But I also just think we need to be a bit calmer and let's take them down to the trenches. That'll be the conversation right now. Let's take them to the trenches. Let's take them to where it's ugly, to where they don't want to play, And we want them to really have to go and play a bit of a boxing match. That's what we want them to box. We want them to go toe-to-toe in the trenches. We don't want them running. And the nice thing is, in theory, the conditions play to our hands. It's wet out there. There are going to be knock-ons. New Zealand, I think, have had 7 handling errors. There are going to be knock-ons. There are going to be opportunities to scrum. But you've got to find those places to create those chances. And that, for me, as I said, you got to go. And somebody said, stop kicking the ball. No, we have to kick more. We have to kick contestables. We've got to put it up in the air. We've got to contest with them. And we've got to make sure that they're knocking the ball on. We're getting a scrum, penalty, take the 3. Or scrum, penalty, go to the corner. That's how we're going to get into this game. The template's there. The All Blacks will be 100% right now. Will be talking in the change room about how do they counteract the scrum. How do they protect the play in the air for the up and unders? Because that's going to come. We know that's going to come. We know that they're going to send the ball up in the air and we're going to contest. So that's what they'll be focusing on. How do they counteract that? We've also got to try to up our soft skills a little bit. That knock-on from Grant Williams off the back of the line-out can't be happening. You can't get into a situation in the 22 where we have a set move, come around the corner and knock the ball forward. We can't do that. That's pretty unacceptable. So we've got to make sure our soft skills are better in the second half, and we've got to play to our strengths. At the end of the day, it's not a game where we're going to be able to play very fancy, sweeping moves and the likes of that. The conditions are not going to allow for that. The All Blacks are not even playing that kind of rugby. They had a cross kick try and a first phase try off the back of a line-out. They're not playing, lots of dummy runners and long passes over the top and, sort of champagne rugby inverted commas, because the conditions are not allowing any of these teams to do it. So the conditions can play into our hands if we can just turn this into an arm wrestle. And that's what we've got to do. We've got to make this a slugfest. This needs to become a heavyweight boxing match where we just bring them down to scrums and rucks. Even the rucks are competitive at the moment. And if I'm Jesse Creel, rather than Cleese just having a conversation with the referee, I would be saying, ref, can we just check this offside line? Because the All Blacks are pushing the limits. They are pushing the envelopes of their offside line. So often we go for a line. By the time we're coming down, you've got All Blacks players basically in our back line. So I'll be also saying, right, where's this offside line? Even the lineup setup, is there a gap? Where's our gap? Because in the last line where we could see a free kick, there's literally bumping between the players, which there shouldn't be because there has to be a gap. So there's a lot to try and look at with regards to finding where the issues are and where we can potentially exploit those. And we need to find alignment with the referee. The early start parts of especially the early parts of the half, we were getting everything wrong. We were conceding penalties. We were not competing, and we were a bit we were getting pinged and we were under a lot of pressure. Now you've got to say, right, okay, that's happened. Take it on your head. Okay, that's happened. Now how do we find our own way to get back into it? How do we exploit what they're doing? I mean, for example, we tried the midfield line out, and Wallabies, the All Blacks were ready for it. So they came out quickly and they tried to sack it. That's not necessarily a bad thing, because now you know what the move is. So next time, for example, Grant Williams, you get a run here, and you get ready to go up, and Grant Williams either feigns the pass, dummies it, or tries to take that line, because they were so focused on trying to stop that there will be other opportunities. So it's now become a tactical sort of competition where we have to try and outsmart each other, really, and try and understand where do we exploit, how do we bluff, for example, how do we make them second guess themselves. So tactically, it's been a very interesting game from that regard, and it's definitely not as one-sided as I think a lot of people are making it seem. We can see it's 2 really poor tries, especially that second one. There was no need for that whatsoever. But we're in this game. We are in this game. And if we start well in the second half, it can become a really competitive game. We score next, 14 points to 10, game's alive. And that's the main thing that we've got to keep harping on in the change room and keep emphasizing that with the team. We are in this game. It's 11 points. We conceded what's a 25 odd unanswered points. All Blacks can do the same thing. Argentina have done that. All Blacks are a side that have often actually faded later on in games. And that's what we saw in Argentina was quite a stark difference to what we've seen recently with the All Blacks, where they kind of kept it tight. They went to Samason Takawa and they kept it tight and they kind of just bullied Argentina into winning the last 20 minutes. So we need to know that if we're in this game with 10, 15 minutes to go, we back our bench to have a go. I want to listen to what Felix has to say here. We never see him. Yeah, so Felix Jones basically saying they want to be more accurate, and just, I think it's right. We do have to be more accurate. We have to make sure that we are taking balls well out the air, executing things. But I think the big thing that he emphasized there is New Zealand took their 2 chances. And they did. They've had 2 chances and they took them. And that for me is the difference. Whereas the Boks had chances, didn't take them. So it's not a case. I mean, we look at the change to immediate entries and it's 3 apiece. So it's not a case of the All Blacks having more opportunities and that's why they're ahead. It's a case of they've taken their chances and we haven't. So we take those chances and all of a sudden this game can take on a whole new complexion. Right, people, the players are back on the field. Welcome, Nadine, to the Forever Sports Members Club. If you'd like to come put your name on the back of a jersey over there, that's how you can do it. And we do have kickoff. Right, big 40 minutes here. Come on, people. Let's see what we can get. And Marco Stoughton runs into the ball very well from the kickoff. A little bit of miscommunication, but he does cope very well. Changes here, by the way, for the All Blacks as well. Ethan de Groot off, Tamati Williams on. Very good player, Tamati Williams, on his day. Need to make sure we put on a marker early on. Great tackle there from Sia Khaleesi on Damian McKenzie. From the kick from Grant Williams. Back inside their own half of the All Blacks. Here's Fletcher Newell. Got to start well, though. Start well. Early penalty. A couple of early chances here. That's what we need. Finley Christie goes to the boot. Gone quite deep. Pollard underneath it. Goes to Villaroo. Villaroo looks up. Sees a bit of space on that left-hand side. Awkward one for Dan McKenzie. Throws it back inside to Beauden Barrett. Beauden Barrett looks ahead. Goes to that left boot of his. Not gone particularly far. Eamon Etzebeth is there. Takes it very well, does Eamon, under a bit of pressure. No, that's Peter Steph the toy. Grant Williams now goes to Thomas Toy, first receiver. Pollard. Villaroo. Long pass out wide to Jason Colby onto it. Jason Colby with a bit of space. Chipper chase from Jason Colby here. Come on, boys. Stay in. Oh, just runs out of ruin this Jason Colby. But that's better. And we talk about what Villaroo can do. That's what Villaroo can do. Long pass out wide to Jason Colby. That's what creates the space here. Straight to Pollard. Straight to Villaroo. Delays his pass. Long pass out wide to Colby. Has Sia Khaleesi. Maybe he actually could have gone to the outside of Sia Khaleesi, but puts the chip in chase and try to get there and throw it back inside. It'll be a 5-meter line for the All Blacks. That is better. Now pressure at the line out here. Good line there from 2-5. That's a great. I'll tell you what. Grant Williams should have turned that. They spilt it, and now we're 2 meters out. Come on. Make this count. Go short as Eben. Just short. Oxen Chair is there. Oxen Chair. Patience. That's what I'm saying. That's held up. Patience. Oxen Chair. Patience. Recycle the ball. Just need to be patient there, Oxen Chair. Score there, and the entire game takes on a whole different meaning. Right, goes to Kriel, back into Delende, to Marco Verstappen. Marco Verstappen puts his head down. Bounces off Simon Park, has another go, 6-on-6. Penalty to the All Blacks. You can't allow that, guys. You really can't. I mean, I'm not entirely sure he rolled away, but... Yeah, as I said, Simon Parker's lying at the base of that ruck. So does he not have to roll, or did I miss something? Tucker Wow. This time, Finney Christie doesn't drop it right in front of his try line. So TT with the carry in the midfield. Finney Christie immediately to the boot. It's well weighted. Kanan Moody underneath it. Kanan Moody takes it very, very well under pressure. Back towards Villaroo. Villaroo goes to the boot. Will find touch. Going with a safe option there, just past the 10-meter line. Once again, Bowden Barrett goes short to Artie Savia this time. On the ball, there's Malcolm Marks, though. No, it's actually Thomas DeToy. Finley Christie, that's forward. That's a mile forward. Surely, ref. Big tackle coming from Kanan Moody on Will Jordan. I assume it must be the angle of the TV, because that looked very forward, the ball from Finley Christie. So TT offloads, Tucker Wow. Into the 22 go the All Blacks. Pick up and go. Great tackle there from Jason Creel. Runs up and smashes Jordie Barrett. Well, Messi. Satiti. Good tackle from Billy LaRue. Better defenses. Khaleesi up quickly on Tucker Wow. Ruan Nokia on the ball. Wins the penalty. Better. Come on. Much better that from the box. Just need to score next. Telling you that there's opportunities here. That's much better defense, though. That would look a bit personal there. Now let's build this, boys. Let's build in the back of that pressure. That's a really, really good penalty win there from Ruan Nokia. What a game he's having. Well, there goes Wallace Atiti, by the way. He's just come back from injury, so frustrating for a player who's so talented. A couple of injuries, though. And there comes the man named after a Springbok legend, Duplessis Karifi. And here comes Tara Lomax. That's a big change, because I think Fletcher Newell, I still think he's got a lot of work to do with the scrummaging. Tara Lomax, on the other hand, he is class. Absolute class. Now, we just need a couple more people to start being a bit more like Ruan Nokia, taking initiative. Right, Bok Lana, we need to get this right. You see, ask them to please get that gap. That's what I was saying in the first half. And they've started once again. Guys, how are our lineouts so bad? That's now below 70% success rate lineouts. That is pathetic. And I don't back down Andrew Vessel's throwing in the second and later either. Jordie Barrett. Does anyone want to tackle him? Anybody fancy a tackle there? Christie now to the left-hand side. Bowden, slightly isolated. Creel's on the ball. Told to leave it. Christie now. To the right-hand side. Jordie Barrett, long pass over the top. Moody's that shot up. It's on the bounce to Artie Savia. Up quickly is Pollard. Slips the tackle, though. Tucker Wire up against the touchline. Slips the tackle. Christie, ball over the top from Bowden Barrett. I think not lost forward from him. Surely. Referee says nothing. Delendi goes to Pollard. Pollard sees a bit of space. Well, that's a nothing kick. That is an absolutely nothing kick. And then Caden Moody slips. Guys, what boots are we wearing? Big hit that on Ches and Colby. Does very well. So right outside, Artie Savia. Defense has been much better so far the second half. Christy down, a bit of pressure. Ches and Colby underneath it. Straight through Cheslin. Knock on. Advantage here for All Blacks. See, we can't do that. Things like that you can't do. You know it's coming. You can't make those sort of mistakes. Made a big tackle there on Geordie Barrett earlier. And then straight through. Gets his timing completely wrong. He's going up at the wrong time. Well, that's a big call. Kuba's right up onto the park. Grant Williams has been replaced. I actually don't mind that in fairness. It's not really a game that suits Grant Williams. He slipped a couple of times. He can't really impact the game. Kuba's much better at a tactical point of view. To be honest, I think this game was screaming out for 5 to Clerk, to be honest. And here comes Lutiaga being readied. So here comes the bench. Can we get an impact from them? First substitution is Kubas Reinach. Now, first scrum here from Tamati Williams and Tyra Lomax. Straight to the back and straight out because Oxchair was doing a job on Tamati Williams there. Artie Savia, though. Good carry from him. Peter Steph the Troy. That is so stupid. That is absolutely brainless. Goes and plays Finley Christie in penalty advantage right in front of the poles. Stuff like that, drop them and send them back to South Africa. Stuff like that is absolutely unforgivable. And now they're just going to take the 3 points and extend the lead. That is so stupid. You know you can't play the scrum off. What are you doing? What are you doing? Besides conceding 3 points. Ah, man, come on. Mackenzie's first kick of the match. There's the grin. It's absolutely nothing worse than when you're losing and you see David McKenzie slotting a penalty with that little grin on his face. And I'm a David McKenzie fan. Big fan of the man. But it is quite triggering. Restart there. Barrett under a bit of pressure. Good tackle coming from Eben. And Luert on, by the way. Luert for Ruan. That is a wild call. That is an unbelievable call. I'm not sure that's the right call either. Unless they're seeing something in the stats saying that Ruan Nokia is tiring. Ruan Nokia offers a huge shot. Right, Quaggas on to the park. Sia Khaleesi will depart. Right, on the 22. Pierce the toy. Much better line at that time. All Blacks were competing though. Malcolm Marshall showing things at the back. Come on, lads. Got to find a try. A try changes the entire complexion of the game. Kobus Reinach waiting. Goes Damon Delendi. Damon shows and goes. Gets away from 1. Still goes Damon Delendi. Into 22 we go. Kobus Reinach. Good work there from Peter Steph the toy. Oh, there's no ways, ref. You can't just let them tell you what is going on. You can see Jessica Creel having a conversation with the referee. He's not happy with a couple of the calls yet. Right, back on the 10-meter line. Game to expire. Still no tries here. 17 points to 3. Again, you score next, convert a try. 17-10, game back on. You concede now. And game pretty much done, really. Barrett goes to the air. Great take. That Sasha's on as well, by the way. That's a phenomenal take from Sasha. On for Villiers. Looks from the looks at... Andre Pollard, you've been playing this game for internationally for 12 years. And you've just passed it straight into touch. That could be one of the worst passes I've ever seen in international rugby. Literally just grabbed it, went left, and just bulleted it out. And there's no one there. That was ridiculous. Lure to Rocket steals the line out. Brilliant work that from him. Need more of those sort of interventions. Ball available for Kobus Reinach. He's pulling a couple. He wants blockers here. Kobus now goes to the boot. Lifts it high in the air. Kane Mooney gives chase. A bit deep though. On the full there. He takes Will Jordan. Damon Delendi completes the tackle with assistance from Kane Moody. Finley Christie on the ball. Tyro Lomax. Christie goes to the boot. High in the air, swirling. Underneath is Pollard. Takes it well under a lot of pressure. Damon Delendi's back there. Use it quickly. There's Quacker Smith with a little goosey as well. Available for Kobus Reinach. Kobus Reinach goes to the boot. Caden Moody's going to give chase. This will be contestable. Takes it brilliantly. Gets the other way at Damon Delendi. Much better this from the box. Reinach looking for options. Pollard to Sasha. Sasha steps from the inside. Sasha got a bit of space. Gets the other way to Jesse Creel. Into 22. Pollard. I don't know why he was calling for it. It was slightly isolated, but Peter Steph the toy is there. Reinach looking for options. Goes to Evan Etzebeth. Big carry from him. Ball available for Reinach. Flat for Malcolm Marks. Knees on the ground there, ref. Can't compete. Reinach skips a few. Goes to Damon Delendi. Better momentum this from the box. Quacker Smith goes for... Better. Phase player. 8 phases. Thomas the toy. Gotta make this counter. Marco Verstappen now goes... Ref, that's playing the scrum off. How is that not playing the scrum off? Big hit from Jason Colby. Has to go all the way back to Jordy Barrett. I can't understand that. I cannot understand that. We just got blown for playing the scrum off. They've just completely taken out Kobus Reinach. And that's fine. Come on, lads. Okay, Damon Delendi. Inside of Mark van Staden. Big hits on him. Ball available. Oxen Chair. Run out to the left-hand side. Damon Delendi comes back towards some support. Ref, they're just so over their feet at the breakdown. Lord Diaga now. Ryan with a bit of space, then hit hard. Oxen Chair goes back to Pollard. Pollard goes to the boot. Chisholm's going to give a chase here. It comes loose. Backwards is the call. Turnover ball for the All Blacks inside their own 22. Tamati Williams. Tackle on him. This is about half an hour it's taking them to get this ball out. Christie now going to go to the boot. Won't find touch. Jason Colby. Wants to go himself. Big tackle on him, but ball is available. Ranach to Pollard. Pollard to Sasha. Sasha see a bit of space. What is that? Was a knock on. Thankfully. Well, that was the plan, to be fair. I have no idea. We've got no scrum, though. We haven't had a scrum in a while. Wallace TT back on the park. Ethan Hooker on for Andre Pollard. That's an interesting substitution. So now, Sasha will go to 10. Kanan Moo's gone to the right wing. Ethan Hooker will go to the left wing. Jason Colby's at full back. Well, there we go. That's a bit more like it. Big call as well. Take Andre Pollard off in this. I mean, I don't mind it. Scrum's gone down. Penalty advantage. Thank you very much. Ref. I mean, there's 3 penalties just in that play. Ranach. Free roll the dice here, boys. Let's see what we can do. Damon Delendi swings it terribly back to Sasha. Let's go. Fine. That's fine. Penalty. Go to the corner. Let's go. Go to the corner. Let's go. Come on, boys. Corner, let's go. Corner, let's go. A couple of other subs here for the All Blacks. Is that a debutant there? Ballsy. Imagine bringing on Carl Preston in his debut. Okay, here comes Quinn Tupaia, who's he on 4. And eventually we're going to the corner here. HIA, Jordy Barrett's going to go off. He's going to see a bit of blood on him. Well, Kanan Moodie's hugging this touchline. So with Sasha back at 10, all of a sudden things like cross kicks are far more into the mix here. But first things first, we have to win this line out. Good take. Well, Smith's gone up there of all people. Kubus Rana's gone. Short to Damon Delendi. Much better from the box. Good first play. There's no ways. Forward pass. Oh, I don't think that's forward at all. He basically pops up and then runs behind him. Scrum now. The ironic thing is here, we've probably dominated more of the game. I think if we go look at our territory stats, we'll probably have much more territory. Yeah, correct. More territory, more possession. We actually probably played more rugby, actually. All Black defense. This is, I mean, the weird enough, this has been like a complete opposite. It's completely one side, and it's the All Black defense that's keeping them in there. Oh, look at that scrum. Oh, cheapers! How's that? Off the back goes Quacker Smith. Quacker Smith right into Davey McKenzie. Quacker Smith still going. How's that for a scrum? Get wrecked. That is phenomenal. Pierce the toy. Marco van Staden. I mean, we literally just pushed them back to the point where the ball's underneath Quacker Smith's feet, grips it, and goes. Here we go, boys. That kind of thing is a catalyst. And we scored! Come on! Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. That is, hang that in the Louvre. Hang that in the Louvre. That scrum was phenomenal, by the way. I mean, I've never seen a scrum backpedal that much. And then Quacker Smith is live to Dan McKenzie, says, I'll have you, boy. Wallace Titi comes across to make the tackle. But here we go. And we've got the momentum, boys. Keep it going. Keep it going. We've got time here. This to make it 7 points. Yo, he's kicked badly this season. It's a 20% success rate. This is right in front of the polls, though. Come on, boys. 10 points to 17. Let's go. Let's them go. That scrum is actually disgusting, by the way. If you're not watching this, please go back and find the highlights. If you're watching me, and if you're watching through me, first of all, shout out, welcome to the channel. Do yourself the biggest favor and go watch the highlights. That was one of the most dominant scrums I've ever seen. Good take that from Quacker Smith from the kick. Oh, fuck off, man. Penalty off the thing. You couldn't do anything. That's so frustrating. Right off the kickoff. He had nowhere to go to Lua Diog, and Quacker Smith couldn't get out from behind him. All of a sudden, the All Blacks going to be in the friggin' front foot. If they score here, I'll actually just lose my shit. I'll be so frustrated. Oh. So he... Yeah, Rusty's words there, I'll translate. Oh dear, not good, shame. That's what Rusty said to that. Definitely wasn't any P-bombs being dropped there and the likes of that. They go short, they go back to Takawao. All Blacks now 5 meters out. Penalty advantage. Come on, man. Go back for the penalty. A yellow card! A yellow card! They've had how many penalties back to back? Quacker Smith, that is phenomenal. The penalty count, by the way, in the first half, and we had 3 penalties in their own 22, nothing. The first penalty here, cynical. There's no way it's that cynical. Defend now, boys. Defend. Well, that's probably changed the game. That's probably ended the game. Come on, boys. Defend. Short. Tamati Williams. Lomax now. Desperate defenses from the box. Concede here in the game. Probably done. Good defense this from the Boks, though. Really good defense. Keeping it tight here are the All Blacks. Good defense still once again. Balls out, says the referee. They scramble, yeah, to the All Blacks. Finley Christie's there. Such good defense here. Ali Savia now. Driven back. 8 phases. Will they look to go to the... Yeah, they come. And Quintupai, because we can't tackle. Put them in the plane and fuck off back to South Africa and tackle like that. That is actually pathetic. He's just gone through 4 players. 4 players. And that is the game. After all that dominance, after all that momentum that you created, and you can tackle like that. Steps inside of 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I mean, come on. Come on. $24 points to 10, 30 minutes on the clock, and a yellow card. I mean, you win from here, and you're one of the that's one of the best comebacks of history if you do it from here. Kenny moves off this. Quick restart here. We're going to have to score like with the next. Here comes, so Malcolm Marx off. Yannick Javessel's on. 12 minutes. Well, you guys are going to have to score in the next 2 minutes, to be honest. And as I said, the frustrating thing is, you'll look at this match. And we've had more possession. We've had more territory. We've been in the half far more. We haven't created enough chances. We haven't been clinical enough. New Zealand are scoring, I think, about 5 points per 20-meter, 2-meter entry, I reckon. Likely around there. And we've got 0. Oh, we've got maybe 2. But we must now hurry up, Carl Dixon. I mean, you guys, you've let them have press conferences for their lineouts. Lord Diogo at the front of the lineout. Ninja Vessels at the back. Well, Ninja Vessels on, completes 1 line out. Needs to go. Offloads it to Kobus Reinach. Goes short to Damien Delendi. Lord Diogo. Nice carry from him. Ball available there for Kobus Reinach. And that's not playing the scrum off. Okay, no, that's fine. No, playing the scrum off is very, very... subjective at the moment. Tupai, the long pass out wide. Willie Proctor goes for the cross kick. Ethan Hooker's going to try and get there. It's too far. Bit Bokke line out on the left-hand side there. Ten minutes on the clock. I would love to see the Rassie Erasmus video to World Rugby when they do your refereeing feedback, because I think that they'll be very frustrated after playing the scrum off, because that's what Peter Steph Toy got penalised for, which I said was silly by him, but they've done it twice since then, and it's not been pinged. So I'm a bit confused about that. People, let's go to another sub train though. Over 5,000 people watching, trying to get to 95,000 subscribers. We are 1,500 short. There are more than 1,500 of you right now watching who are not subscribed. That much I can promise. So please, let's go on a bit of subs training here, people. Let's get those subscribers in. Smash a like on the video. Shout out to everybody who sent super chats. Our top coaches, Heather Crafts, Marie Realty, Lev Wolfhard, all contributing towards the stream. Big shout out to you guys. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate it. It's been a tough game. It's been a tough game. We're going to do player ratings after this. That's going to be fun. That's going to be interesting if nothing else. Bone Fent onto the park as well. Less than 10 minutes on the clock. You're cheap as that timing was so bad. Circlisi back on the park, by the way, because Markov and Staden had a blood bin. Penalty advantage here, thank you. Jason Creel, good line being run there. Kubas Ranach. Goes to Sasha. Sasha goes himself, fighting hard, trying to get his hands free. Throws the ball. Go back to the penalty. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. To the corner, let's go. Come on, chaps, gotta hurry this up. Imagine we draw this. That'd be a wild result for the championship, to be fair. A draw would be huge for the championship itself. That would be very entertaining. What's he on about? Etzebeth goes up. Once call for stopping. Jan Enjavescu controlling things at the back. Presents to Koos Reinach. Chip on the top from Dale Endy. Jesse Creel's after this. Jesse Creel's after this. That's carried back. 5 meter scrum. Let's go. Scrum box. Well, this could really be a penalty try, to be honest, with the way you've been scrumming. Come, big scrum, you lads. Big scrum. Wallace TT going off once again. This time permanently. So as it stands, All Blacks will go to 10 points on the top of the log. So they have to go on the bottom of the log with 4. A draw would mean the All Blacks would be on 8 points. We'd be on 6 points. Australia on 9 points. Argentina on 5 points. So I'm saying a draw would be very interesting for the championship. Took a while jumping up on 1 foot to try and see if he can maintain the thing. I think he's all right. Come on, get some good footing here. Get some good footing here. Straight down, penalty advantage. Kubas Reinach. Jesse Creel comes back on the angle. Jesse Creel working hard. Penalty advantage here for the Boks. Pick up and go from Damien Delendi. Reinach pops up. Peter Steph the toy goes himself. 2 upright though in the carry. Reinach goes himself. Reinach goes himself and is over. Thank you very much. Try Boks. It's probably too late. It's probably too late. But we do have a hope. Oh, Tamati Williams. What a lad. What a lad. 140 kgs. You reckon you can take Kubas Reinach? Yo, you absolute goat. I think it's probably too late. Yeah, I mean, Tamati Williams, big boy, eh? Big boy. 140 kgs taking on Kubas Reinach. Tell you what, he gets to go home later and say, boys, I had good put on Kubas Reinach, who's probably about half my weight. What a prawn. Right, the lead back to 7 points. Just over 5 minutes left on the clock. Could South Africa do a smash and grab here? A little smash and grab draw. Right, 5.5 minutes left on the clock. What can we conjure up here? Imagine a smash and grab draw. That'd be cuck funny. Sasha underneath it. Wants to go himself to Sasha. Just keep playing rugby, boys. Just keep playing the rugby. We get another chance in their half of the scrum, for example. This game could genuinely still be on for a draw. Katie Moody's giving a long chase there. Good tackle there on Dave McKenzie. And Sia Khaleesi slips just before he gets there, unfortunately. Long pass out wide. Space there. Etienne needs to try and bring in Yuko Wani. Ball back inside. That's knocked on. That's knocked on. That's knocked on, Carl. Thank you. Scrum. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Markham starting back and Quagga Smith back as well. Back to 15. Huge scrum here. Penalty here. Kick to 22. Go again. Come on, big scrum. Big scrum here, boys. Big scrum here, lads. They're pushing before the ball's in on Williams' side anyway. Reinach under a bit of pressure. I mean, how Williams has not been pinged for pushing before the ball's in, I don't understand that. Wilco Lowe is practically behind his lock by the time the ball comes in. Penalty advantage here for the Boks. High tackle is the call. Let's go. Pollard back on as well, by the way. Who's he on for? Andre Pollard's on the park here. Does find touch. Just outside 22. Come, boys. Let's cook. Let's cook. Good line there from Leo Diogo. Down from Kubas Reinach. Flat from Andre Pollard. Ref! Thank you. Penalty. Now, if we were within 3, that would have been game over. Because, I don't understand how Dubis could even complain about that. Walk away, walk away, walk away. Take the scrum, to be honest. Penalty advantage, see what you can do. Go to the corner. Go to the corner. I need a pee as well. It's been a long half. Does find touch. Not gone very far there, it's Andre Pollard, but does find touch. Pollard's obviously saying in the words, dropping a little F-bomb there. You can see, look. So what's that got? I mean, they're now saying it's a high tackle at the same time. But it's in the same place. So we just stopped the game for no reason whatsoever. How is that not a card? Drops his arm. Great take that from Luat Diaga. Straight down, ball's available. He runs into ref. You stopped all that momentum, ref. This is why we got away with it. Ref, he's playing without the ball. Pick up and go, yeah, boys. Boks are 5 meters out. There's no way. Carl Dixon, you just literally got in the way. As soon as you get played, it's a scrum. You killed the momentum, you got in the way, and you didn't call the scrum. I don't understand. How was that not a scrum? We literally just picked up and ran into him because he's in the way. As soon as it happens, it's a scrum. How is that? I don't understand that. I can't actually understand that call. We literally wanted to go left, ran into him, and therefore had to go right away from the support. Duplessis Cariffi on the ball. They're almost stolen from Luat Diaga. Well, have we actually won it? The Boks have turned it over. Still life in the game. Ref, he's playing on the ground, ref. He's playing on the ground. Literally. You called Scott Barrett off, said stop, leave it, didn't leave it, leave it, didn't leave it, leave it, still didn't leave it. Jan-Hendrik Wessels now on the front foot, chap. Rana goes short to Etzebeth. Round to the left-hand side. Pierce left the toy. Desperate this from the box. Kobus Reinach. Bowen Fenter pops up to Sasha. Sasha to Jesse Creel. Jesse Creel with a bit of space. Straightens. Gets away from a couple. Inside the 22. Reinach to the left-hand side. Luat Diaga goes short. Colby picks it up. Ref, what's going on here? Apparently turnover ball. Who bloody knows? And the All Blacks are going to kick it out. I mean, that has been the worst officiated 5 minutes I've ever seen. Ever seen. I actually can't believe that. Final score, 24 points to 10. We're going to move into our player rating show. And, yeah, we'll see you guys there.